Gone. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and get started. I'd like to call to order the November 19th, 2024 Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors meeting. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Koenig?
Here.
Supervisor Friend?
Here.
Supervisor Cummings?
Here.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Here.
McPherson?
Here. And then I'd just like to ask the county council, is there any announcement we need to make regarding Supervisor Friend appearing in the meeting remotely?
No, it's a teleconference meeting that's been noticed and agendized.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, is there any member of the board who'd like to dedicate today's moment of silence? Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a very special person I'd like to dedicate our moment of silence this morning to Mary Hammer, a beloved, really iconic figure in the San Lorenzo Valley. She was the founder of the Valley Women's Club and the Family Resource Center in Felton. She was really the mother of the Valley, so revered for her community service, her love of nature, and her love of the people of the San Lorenzo Valley. She will be deeply missed by our family and friends and will be respected by generations to come for everything she has done for the San Lorenzo Valley and for Santa Cruz County. She was an outstanding person.
Thank you so much. Any other board members? With that, let's observe the moment of silence. Y'all please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin, I'd like to say a brief land acknowledgement. The land on which we gather is the unceded territory of the Waswa-speaking Yupi tribe. The Amamutsan tribal band, comprised of the descendants of indigenous people taken to Mission Santa Cruz and San Juan Bautista during Spanish colonization of the Central Coast, is today working hard to restore traditional stewardship practices on these lands and heal from historic trauma. I'd like to ask the county administrative officer if there have been any late additions, deletions to the consent and regular agendas for today.
Yes, Chair Cummings and members of the board, on the consent agenda, item number 25, there's additional materials. There's a revised board memo, packet page 430 to 431, revision to recommended action number 2, and additional language inserted after paragraph 5. There's also a revised attachment, packet pages 438 through 440 and page 447, additional language added and removed regarding the Buena Vista Migrant Center lease. This involved last-minute negotiations with the Department of Housing and Community Services at the state. And so we have inserted the document, and I'm available if there's any questions regarding the lease. Thank you very much.
All right. Are there any board members that would like to remove items from consent to the regular agenda?
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment? I think this would be the right place in the public comments. I understand our county administrator recently attended a county administrator's statewide meeting, and some very troubling or concerning news about the recent election cycle and the impact it might have on our county. And I think it would be good for us to get a sense of what was said there. I know this is an unusual request, but under the circumstances, I think it's a proper thing for us to hear from Carlos Palacios.
So before we hear from Carlos, let me just get through, if anybody wants to pull any items from consent, we'll go to Carlos and then we'll open up for public comment. So are there any board members who'd like to pull an item from consent to the regular agenda? Yeah, I'd like to pull items number 18 and 48 from the consent to the regular agenda. So then before we open up for public comment, I'll return to CAO Carlos Palacios to update the community on the request made by Supervisor McPherson. Settle.
Yes, regarding the county administrative officers meeting that we had last week. This is a statewide organization representing all 58 counties. I think just some of the news that I wanted to relay to the board. Number one is that many counties right now are starting to have financial difficulties. This is due to a number of factors, one of them being increased costs for our employees as we all strive to maintain appropriate levels of pay, but due to the cost of living, but also pension costs and health costs. So wages have gone up significantly across the state, as well as pension costs and health costs. Also, the increased costs of litigation across the state in all areas, from public safety, jails, police, as well as employee claims. Those have gone up significantly. The cost of reinsurance has gone up, not only for homeowners, but for local governments as well. So this is impacting counties. So what was interesting to me is that the great majority of counties right now are in financial deficits, including having hiring freezes, eliminating vacant positions, traveling freezes, so forth. So far, we have not had to do that, largely because of Measure K, which is our sales tax, which is helping to balance our budget because we are experiencing the same costs. The other issue that everybody is concerned about is with the new administration. As you know, they have often said that Project 2025 is their blueprint for how they're going to implement their policies. If you read Project 2025, it has severe changes and cuts to federal programs. 2/3 of our budget, county budget, is either directly or indirectly from the federal government through the state. And those plans, if you read Project 2025, would severely impact almost every safety net program we have. So anyway, it's something that everybody is aware of and watching, and we're certainly doing that as a county as we watch the new administration come in. Also, the concerns about immigration are very big and how that's going to impact our communities as well. So anyway, I just wanted to relay you that there's a lot of, and I'm sure at CSAC, many of you are going to be attending the county's conference this week. There will be a lot of discussion about those very same topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, a couple quick announcements. One, there was a little bit of confusion around Sheriff Hart's retirement. That item was going to be on this agenda. It's going to be on the next agenda, which will be December 10th. So if there are folks here for that, just wanted to make sure you know that that item is going to be on the December 10th agenda.
So we had talked about December 17th being the date of the retirement. But no, it's December 10th. Okay. Okay, got it.
And then additionally, I just want to let folks know the first item on our regular agenda after we get through public comment will be the core item. And so if you can stay to comment on that, I would recommend that you comment on the item after we have the staff presentation. But if you're not able to stay, now would be the time to also make comments. So this is an opportunity for folks to make comments on items that are not on the agenda, items that are on consent, and items on the regular agenda. If you're unable to stay for that item, just note that if you comment on a regular agenda item at this point in time, you cannot comment again later. Okay, so with that, we'll open it up to the public for comment. And first presenter, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. My name is usually James Ewing Whitman. It's quite interesting. You know, in the city of Santa Cruz, there's a proclamation by the mayor for Zach Friend and Bruce McPherson. I wonder if Zach Friend's going to be there in person. You know, I always wonder what to comment on when you've got the U.S. corporate pirate flags that are very different than the flags that are outside. And then you have the pedophile flag. It's just like, what is going on? So yeah, there are like upwards of 45 items, except the 2 that are being pulled from the consent agenda. There are lots of things to comment on. It's really interesting how beguiling situations are. Yes, we did have a recent election, so now we have a male Jesuit instead of a female Jesuit operating our system. You know, it's just one murder puppet over another. I mean, who are the Jesuits? What was that established? 1534? They're the assassins of the Vatican. Are there situations going on? Our nation was founded to stop the Jesuits and the Illuminati. You know, our Declaration of Independence was written to stop the 4 major goals of the Illuminati, which was established on May 1st, 1776. We can thank gentlemen like Brock Chisholm for providing additional dissemination in 1946. He was the first Inspector General of the UN from 1948 to 1952. Brock Chisholm, in order to achieve world government, you must first remove from the minds of men their loyalty to family traditions and government and their national identity. That's not totally perfect. So it's just interesting about what's going on. It'll be interesting to be here and trying to be as polite as possible because I want change and I'm working on myself first. Thank you.
Gary Richard Arnold, Chairman. Members, I noticed that the city of Santa Cruz is offering the day of the 19th to celebrate Bruce McPherson and Zach McFriend, which shows up on the screen once in a while here. Zach McFriend's two former employers were registered lobbyists for the Red Chinese. Bruce McPherson received $30,000 from a Chinese communist spy, a triple agent that I even seduced FBI guys, so you're not alone. And I don't know if you ever give that $30,000 back, but you've also brought in the die bolt machines that Venezuela has used, and they've been gone through a series of change names. Now it's Dominion. It's still a voting system we have right here that these guys won't take care of. Also, when Bruce McPherson was the editor of the Santa Cruz Sentinel, he had a senior column by Claude Pepper. Other magazines called him Red Pepper, etc. He wrote a book in favor of the Soviet Union. The foreword was written by a KGB member. All of these five people maintain the two plaques on the courthouse steps dedicated to Hugh DeLacy, in which I've got a copy of Leon Panetta's letter to him saying this was very hard to get. You have to return it. Let me know if there's anything in the future you want. Hugh DeLacy belonged to 5 spy rings: Furlough, Ware, Silvermaster, Sorge, which is the most important spy ring, successful spy ring in history. You guys need to quit, of which McPherson and Fred Keeley are members of California Forward. It was set up by, I got 11 seconds left here, the Rockefellers. Every member of the Rockefeller family, IBM, Chase, Common Cause, New York Times, etc. These are just changing strings. They are still puppets. Marxists at that.
Thank you, Jeff Gibbons, 195 Moran Way. On behalf of the residents of the Moran Lake neighborhood, I've come to state our objection to the planned tree planting in the open space there, hastily scheduled for December 7th. We request that the county postpone this project to allow time for the county to complete its own public comment process, to obtain and heed the advice of its own experts, and to follow its own published recommendations and procedures. The comment period began July 23rd, and we have raised many concerns about planting new trees in the Moran Way Windrow open space. No response or comment analysis has been provided by the county. In fact, the county announced plans to begin a key wind study next year and to delay completion of the public comment process until after that. That would be long after the planting is done. The existing habitat management plan approved in 2011 specifically requires strategic tree location as informed by a wind study, soil tests, subsequent soil amendment, and drainage improvements to increase tree viability and safety, and consultation with neighbors regarding the location of trees. None of this has been done. Instead, the Parks Department has announced plans for a new forest of up to 77 trees towering up to 70 feet tall, eliminating an open space treasured across Santa Cruz for its recreational value and beauty. Moreover, this new forest may likely collapse as the untested soil is unstable, marshy, saline, and subject to flooding. We request that the county postpone and do it right the first time. The planned tree planting is a costly, risky, and premature excursion, inconsistent with what's specified in the existing approved plan and potentially in violation of county procedures with respect to the new draft plan. To avoid wasting money and effort, the planting should be postponed. We will submit a detailed letter of concern shortly. Thank you. I'll provide a summary of the statement with contact information if the board wishes any immediate follow-up. Thank you.
Good morning, board, and thank you for your service. My name is Shalak Kavanis, and I love Santa Cruz. I have the privilege of serving as the chairperson to the Mental Health Advisory Board. Thank you for my new supervisor for appointing me, and thank you, Supervisor Hernandez, for continuing to provide us guidance at our board meetings. I'm here to submit the mental health data notebook required by the state of California. This year it focused on the unhoused population, the outreach we do, the resources and support we serve. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Santa Cruz Mental Health County Behavioral Health, Tiffany Control Warden and Karen Kern and staff for the hard work they do with the very little resources they have. I want to thank our community partners like MHCAN and NAMI, the 988 phone call, the County Office of Education with the support of Superintendent Dr. Fair Sabah and the wellness centers that they're putting in so many of our schools. The fact that they're training educators on youth mental health first aid, our sheriffs for their continued work on training staff on behavioral health crisis response, the creation of the Youth Mental Health Crisis Center that is currently going on. So thank you guys very much. And if you have any questions about the report, please feel free to contact me.
Hello, I'm Stephen Bosworth. I live in Santa Cruz and a concerned member of the community. I noticed today you want to make a decision about the distribution of the funds to support nonprofit organizations. And I'm asking you to delay the final decision on this until much work, additional work is done on that proposal. The process that you followed, you acquired by paying under $30,000 to a consultant. And that consultant gave you a new procedure, which seems to be fundamentally flawed in that it did not state the criteria upon which you would choose the allocations of the funds. It goes on to require you to send out a questionnaire to the various applicants on questions that we don't know what they relate to because we don't have a statement of the criteria by which the funds will be distributed. And I've heard stories also that some of the 60 some members of the public who were selected by either staff members or council members to comment on the answers to these reports, they were lent on sometimes, bullied to change their answers because it wasn't convenient for the unpublished criteria that the board must have in its mind. On the basis of these failures, the key failure in the evidence gaining situation is you did not determine the past performance of the applicant associations. So what criteria, what evidence? You have no evidence and you're not explaining why you've come to the conclusions that you have done. Please delay until you have that evidence. Thank you.
Excuse me, folks, please, so that we can get through. We have a long meeting. Supervisor Koenig's gonna have to leave at 1. I have to leave by 4, and we really need to get through. So we really appreciate no applauses, boos. We want to respect everybody's opinion, and we appreciate you all for being here. So if we cannot have applause, if you want to spirit hands or what have you, that's fine. But let's try to keep the volume down. Go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Wes Baird, local educator in the Live Oak School District, and I'm here about the zoning change proposal on 17th Avenue. My understanding is that Grace United Methodist Church is in collaboration with a local developer and is planning a development of a large housing complex in a neighborhood of single-family homes. The current proposal is not right for this particular site. As a resident of Santa Cruz for 40 plus years, it is clear that we do need to develop properties to support the lives of our unhoused community. I am sympathetic to those needs, but this particular project will not serve the community and especially the children of the Live Oak School District who use 17th Avenue as a main gateway to their educational experience every day. The proposed facility for temporary housing of the unhoused population will have no public transportation, has no easy access to healthcare facilities, and is in close proximity to the Live Oak Elementary, Green Acres Elementary schools. Although the particular site for temporary housing to be built, I do believe we do need to build in this community. There are sites like the Capitola Mall, the Skyview Drive-In, the Sheriff's Center, Kaiser Permanente's proposal, as well as many other that I emailed you on. All of these sites are in the proximity of current proposed healthcare center, are close to public transportation, and are away from our public schools. As Santa Cruz continues to develop, we must encourage and demand that the developers of the Capitola Mall, the Skyview Drive-In, and the medical centers, as well as the downtown area for the Warriors, include unhoused situations. So please vote no on the zoning change. And on a side note, Mr. Hernandez, thanks for your support of the Rosales sisters. We sure appreciate it, you being there at that event.
Morning, supervisors. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Tim Delaney. I've been here before. I'm speaking today because I'm wondering what type of or what country I'm living in now. So I'm concerned. It's interesting development. Just so you know, you need to think about your water table. You can't just continue to add sinks and toilets. So, there's a lot of good food growing around here. I'm sure you don't want to ruin it. Our federal government, Republican Party, I changed my political affiliations from Republican to Democrat. I just don't like what the Republican Party has become. My apologies. I'm a little tired right now. I feel like the Republican Party is becoming the party of pedophiles and predators. It's a real concern. So yes, I'm going to try to give you some words of encouragement here. You folks are threatened. All right. So my hands, you see these hands and how my skin goes in. It's like a paper bag. Okay. I've got one on Elon Musk. My fingerprints are on the spacecraft computers for Spirit, Opportunity, and the Spitzer Space Telescope. I beat Elon Musk to Mars before he even walked into the country. Okay? So that's something to think about. I came from a very rough environment. My situations were horrible as a kid. I did not have money to back me up in life. And I worked all out of that to end up as an engineer working for a whole bunch of defense companies and to have my work on Mars. All right. So there's hope. I feel, Elon Musk, he's not going to be surfing or skiing with me, nor is Jake Paul or Mike Tyson.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You folks have a fine day.
You too.
Good morning. I'm Judy Rosella Myers, and as a property owner of 2 pieces of property in District 1, I have many senior friends who rely upon gray bears for many different things. And I'm hoping that you all make the right decision to help create connection, support, and emotional continuity for our seniors, as well as feeding them. The connections that happen in that community are amazing, and it really gives them a purpose. And many of them volunteer and help out. But I know many, many seniors who are dependent on the food from this agency. So it's really, really important that you take this seriously in terms of creating connection and a community sense, especially as we all are aging. So I thank you for listening, and I hope you take this into consideration for your vote of funding Gray Bears. They have been terrific to many of the people that I know personally, and please, please have the compassion and empathy to support our seniors in this wonderfully supportive and nutritious way They do such a great job of feeding people. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Rich Berger. I'm here to advocate for funding for the Santa Cruz Diversity Center. Specifically, I am speaking about the vital, indeed essential role the Diversity Center plays in the lives of LGBTQ plus seniors. I am the volunteer leader of the Rainbow Strollers, a 60 plus queer walking group. As with all activities the center offers, the Rainbow Strollers is much more than a healthy activity for our seniors. It is a safe, nurturing environment where we find support and acceptance for our diverse identities. We have struggled to express our uniqueness in a society that has always marginalized us. We band together for safety, wellness, interaction, and community. The center provides us with a quality of life that is largely not quantifiable. We ourselves are the evidence-based success of the Diversity Center. We rely on support from the center in our elder years. As a marginalized community, LGBTQ plus seniors are yet again facing invisibility. General senior services can offer compassion and support, but not authentic empathy. We have lived in struggle, and I hope we won't have to die in struggle. The Diversity Center offers us hope. It is in that it is a healthy, literally life-saving environment. Please continue to support our LGBTQ plus seniors, support our Diversity Center. Thank you.
All right, how can I do this in 2 minutes? Good morning. I'm actually talking to the room.
If you want, you can move the mic up.
Okay.
There you go.
My name is Akua Naru. I am a musician and assistant professor in the music department at UC Santa Cruz. But today, more importantly, first and foremost, I'm a mom, and I'm here to support the Santa Cruz Toddler Care Center. I recently moved here from Connecticut, and although I Googled, of course, when considering the position and the move, I really didn't realize until I got here how expensive this county is. One of the most expensive counties in the country. So you imagine for me, a family of 4 with 2 small children, how do you afford life? And I mean, Toni Mortensen taught us, well, it's not about living. I mean, it's not just about surviving, but we want to live and we want to thrive. But how is that actually possible when you can't afford childcare? Now, I want to speak to the moms because I don't know the daddies because I'm not one. But you can imagine that for me on a day-to-day basis, the fear mechanism that I have, that I live with, when I think about trusting my child, right? I'm constantly ruminating about my child's safety. But here in Santa Cruz, I was lucky enough to find a gym at TCC. And I want my child to continue going there. So we've been able to be there because of the support that the school has given us. But once that's taken away, I mean, we're not able then to live. We're surviving. And so I really want y'all to really reconsider the nomination for core funding for the Toddler Care Center. It's very important. This place has been a godsend. It's been a magnificent community and place for my son to thrive, and so many others. And I just want to thank you all, the work of Nora and Heather and everybody here listening. And please ask you all to reconsider, because we don't want to just survive, but we want to live and thrive. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abby Newman. I work at a local environmental education nonprofit here, but I'm here in support of the Toddler Care Center. I waited for over a year to get off wait lists in this community. It's really, really, really challenging, in addition to housing, to find quality childcare. I work full time. My husband works 2 jobs. We both give back to the community every day. He works as a nurse and firefighter, and we rely on the subsidy from Toddler Care Center to be able to provide our child quality childcare here in our community. I don't have any family. I'm not originally from Santa Cruz. I don't have any family here, so my child goes to the Toddler Care Center every day. And without that subsidy, we would not be able to afford childcare and would probably have to move out of the area. So it's critically important to me that you reconsider the core funding for childcare in this community. You can't have quality citizens and participants in this community without investing in childcare. We've all gone through it, and it's so important for the health of our community. So thank you.
My name is Andrea Maria Lair Dubova, and I've been in the county for 50 years. I'm currently living in Scotts Valley after the 2020 fire. Raised my 4 children in Swanton. I was a bilingual teacher for some time, and I currently have started a business called Escuelita del Pueblo, or the International School Without Walls. I'm volunteering for various organizations, and I want to continue living here because of various health concerns. I am extremely low income. I have probably $150 after my pension and Social Security, and I want to continue living in community and contributing to this community. So I'm here to speak especially for Gray Bears, which has helped me, particularly this year since I turned 70 and had health problems. I had food delivered, and I don't know how I would have survived because all of my children are scattered elsewhere. And I just want to say, please reconsider and use your discretionary funds to support this amazing organization. Thank you.
Yes, hello. So my name is Ludmila, and I live here 12 years. And all those 12 years were turned into the hell. And I believe that people on the earth to have peace, quiet, and happiness, and all the government supposed to try to help people with live with peace, happiness, and quiet, but not in here in Santa Cruz County. It's just so outrageous. And the Behavioral Health Division is dysfunctional. Mental Health Board Advisory Board is dysfunctional. You just saw the chairman here. He came happy with happy face, how happy he is to live in Santa Cruz. And he thank you every time that you keep him as chairman. And he drives everyone away from delivering any, negativity in the mental health system. And he assisting criminals in the Behavioral Health Division. It is a criminal syndicate, right, within the Behavioral Health Division. And they do whatever they want to do. And I delivered already claim against the Robert Annan, the person who is managing adult program at the Behavioral Health Division and who works very hard to keep going with the criminality of this department that turned the law upside down and instruct the sheriff department do not help people. So it's impossible to get. I don't know how you get my emails, my constant complaints. What, do you throw them away? Do you ever read it? Do you think it's a pleasure to write complaint after complaint after complaint and go through the negativity, through all those emotions? It's just psychological and emotional torture.
Thank you.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Katie Thompson, Executive Director of Save Our Shores. And I first want to applaud the long history of core investments in supporting vital services in the county. It is clear it is a funding backbone for numerous nonprofit programs here. After participating in this last application process and seeing the trends of historical funding of core, however, I do have some concerns. First, the significant reduction in core funding in this cycle have an impact on longstanding services. This shift undermines stability for grassroots safety net services. For Save Our Shores, the reduction in funding for critical sectors such as healthy environments is particularly concerning. The lowest investment rate in decades raises concerns about service delivery, job losses, and a fragmented nonprofit sector. And this is all at a time when these services are increasingly needed by our community members. Second, it will be important to improve the transparency and reduce biases in the evaluation process going forward so that organizations like my own can better understand the funding priorities and how to objectively improve our proposals. I congratulate the organizations funded under this cycle, but encourage any decision on the set aside funds to be put on pause and to be done carefully with time to make certain you have all the information needed to make the best decision that ensures the remaining funds are used effectively and fairly. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Riley. I'm here as a mom to a 14-month-old named Ari, and I'm also here as an epidemiologist. And I'm here to think about the use of the core funds from a perspective of someone who contributes to the evidence base on what matters for health equity. And I don't know if you all are aware, but the first 3 years of life, there's overwhelming evidence that what we do from ages 0 to 3 really transform our lives. So we've Nobel laureate James Heckman has studied investments in early childcare and has found that every dollar we invest in early childcare pays off in terms of $7.16 of reductions in terms of lack of criminal involvement, better test scores, better educational achievement, lower teen pregnancy. I mean, the research is really overwhelming. And so I'm here to just bring that perspective that that these investments at the earliest life really give us the most overwhelming bang for our buck. And, you know, they say that they tell me as parents, like, oh, the days are long, but the years are fast. And I think that saying, we've all heard it, is really why it matters to invest in a place as near and dear to my heart as the Toddler Care Center, because they are a gem in our county and have been serving toddlers for almost 50 years now. And the lives that they've touched, they can touch so many lives in such a short amount of time, but have impacts for decades. And so I really, really urge you to consider that perspective of how much there is evidence behind investing in the earliest years of life. And that's also why I really applaud the recommendation to also support the Semillitas program. So thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Unhei Langus, and I'm here to talk about the core funding as well. I am a Gray Bears volunteer. In fact, my whole family has been volunteering for Gray Bears, even my parents before they passed away. And I know many, many volunteers who have been working there for decades. It's not just the actual bags of healthy food that come out as a product, but there's just so much more. It's a community, it's a family, it's a really big family of people who have purpose and connection and happiness. It's living convivially, you know, with one another within the community. And I don't know if you know that Gray Bears, you know, like this toddler center, has been a gem of the community for many, many years, over 51 years. And it's been in the big newspapers, even the Wall Street Journal and the People magazine, and it's been cited as one of the 1,000 points of light by George Bush Sr. So there is a solution to this. Instead of there is a way to get funding, and I think a good solution might be that you get the RTC, $3 million from the RTC, and transfer it over back to the community, and then to distribute that $3 million to the various safety net organizations. Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, I am Joellen Smith, and a bunch of us just came here directly to the Gray Bears because we all
Speak directly into the mic.
We all showed up at 6 a.m. this morning to do our quality control. So there are a lot of us. We're a good community. We work and have fun together, along with being very productive to get food out to seniors. So we're talking about the lower end of the spectrum of life, the child care center, and the upper spectrum. So if things are looking that it need to be based on funding, this is a 50-year-old community. 50-year-old. It's been in the works in Santa Cruz, started by UCSC female 50 years ago, obviously. So we bring and feed healthy, nutritious meals along with these lovely gray bags that are packed every Thursday and Friday, maybe 15 to 2,000 of them, and brought by trucks owned by Great Bears and out into the world for people who can't even leave their house. Anything that is not used in the vegetable world is recycled, so they're keeping out of the landfill. It's really a very circular community and distribution. Electronics are recycled there, as you all know. They're all brought there. You know, we got engineers who volunteer their time. So it needs funding. It needs to stay around for another 50 years. So I am here just to give that some priority because I'm a senior and maybe it's a year and a half that I have volunteered there. Started out one day. Now I'm working on 3 days a week because I love the people and I love what they do. There's no real way to fix it any better. It just needs money. That's me, Joella.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maria Cadenas. I'm the Executive Director of Ventures, and I wanted to extend our thanks for the support of Santa Cruz Kids' future through the investment of Semillitas that's being recommended. We know how difficult it is to make decisions with limited funds, which is why we're grateful for our county's partnership and the partnership of many across the county, including the County Office of Education, Central California Alliance for Health, Dientes, Salud para la Gente, Santa Cruz Community Health Centers, First Five Santa Cruz, and United Way Santa Cruz for their partnership in making Semillitas a reality. Together, we came to make sure that we had a big idea and a commitment to the future of Santa Cruz kids. And today's core recommendation once again reflects that commitment. I thank you for your support.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors and county staff and leadership and the general public as well, too. I'm here today to just give thanks. My name is Tony Nunez. I'm a resident of District 4, and some of you might remember that I was also a part of the first board of directors that were appointed to the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District. And so today I want to give you all thanks and share the news just in case you haven't heard. I'm sure you have, but that Watsonville Community Hospital is now back under public local ownership. So thank you so much for your support there. We continue to build that hospital up into the healthcare provider that not only South County and this community needs, but the rest of the Central Coast healthcare system needs as well, too. Professionally, I work as the marketing communication manager of Community Bridges. And I want to thank you all as well for taking all the phone calls, all the emails, all of the office visits from our volunteers, from our staff, and from our seniors over the last month. We serve an extremely vulnerable population, a lot of homebound seniors, a lot of seniors who have disabilities and can't make it to these meetings and aren't able to get in contact in any other way except for phone calls and emails and those sorts of things. And so thank you so much for your ongoing support and for all of your work that you're doing with the core allocations today and into the future. And we hope that you can show your support for our seniors and the Meals on Wheels program. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Barbara Fargo. I've been living in Santa Cruz County since 1975. Raised my daughter here, and she is currently raising her 2 daughters here. I come to speak about the Santa Cruz Toddler Care Center, which has been a real important part of my granddaughter's life, my older granddaughter, who is 2 now, and needed the experience and community connection and other children connection that is provided by the Toddler Care Center. It is a wonderful program. I think other people have talked about that. It has been around a long time, but what it does that other programs don't do is it provides some funding for parents. My daughter is a gainfully employed therapist in social services, obviously helping other people. Those jobs aren't very well paid. So while she has an education and a master's and all, she doesn't make a lot of money helping other people. So she has been fortunate enough to have a scholarship for her daughter, older daughter, to go to the toddler care center. This is critical to our community. It's hard to compete with senior money for seniors and money for children. And I get that you're in a difficult position, but this is, as one of the other speakers said, important for the life of our children forever. They will do better if they have early childhood education, and they will thrive in that. So I urge you to fund the Toddler Care Center and recognize its importance to this community. Thank you.
Morning. Good morning, Manu. Okay.
Can you put like down your?
Yep. All right. I tend to go on and on, so I'm glad I only have a few minutes because I tend to put people to sleep. Okay. Or I piss them off. And I really have been wrestled with this count. I've lived here since '68. And I think the women are coming like to the new places. I don't know. I just got my flyer and I said, it would be really stupid to cut women, old people, young people who are coming into this world because they won't want you to be up here anymore. And I think gray bears, everybody knows you don't cut old people. No, you don't ever cut old people because they are already struggling, right? So you don't cut old people. And I know you have to listen to a lot of people. And I tend to talk to Manu's secretary all the time. And she listens to me. I don't know where it goes, Shane, or it goes to you. But I know, Manu, you have a good heart because I've talked to you and you do listen. Okay, I know you listen and you take notes. I've been wrestled with the Santa Cruz police, have forced me to the ground in front of my house for housing unhoused people. And that is my mission, is to help people be in a house with a bathroom and be able to change their clothes and take care of their bodies. And I've been lied to by the sheriffs, by the fire department. I've lost my car. And I will say, I will stand my ground and say, I even punched a sheriff, a woman sheriff, in the nose. And I punched her. She was wrestling with me in front of my house. And she didn't announce who she was. So I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to swear. But I'm going to say, it's stupid to cut any of the old people and the babies. I'm a postpartum doula and a reflexologist by trade.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ray Cancino, CEO, Community Bridges. Apologies, I can't stay here for the rest of the day. I know you have a lot of people to speak behind me, so I wanted to just take some quick moments today. Thanks to HSD staff, volunteer reviewers for the thousands of hours spent throughout the process. Although we have time to refine core in the future to ensure billion-dollar private insurance companies aren't allowed to apply, or county doesn't subsidize school districts, or we stop proposing future recommendations that fund all food programs while at the same time recommending a food education program that focuses on no actual food. Today, I want to focus on the impacts of failing to fund Meals on Wheels. We urge the board to consider our request for $450,000 to sustain and maintain our current level of service. If we fail to fund this program, 1 in 5 clients will be disenrolled, totaling 1,035 seniors in the next 3 years, 125,000 meals in the next 3 years. So we urge you to continue to fund this program for the next 3 years, and that we fix a system that has us asking every 3 years, will we feed our seniors or not? Let's make lasting recommendations and lasting changes to this program to ensure that we're never asking what safety net services are versus what is something that is new and forward thinking, meeting our new gaps or identifying unmet needs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brianna. I'm a resident of Scotts Valley and I work at Dominican Hospital as an occupational therapist. It's my job to make safe recommendations home to patients who come in that are ill or injured. And without these invaluable resources. We have to make tough decisions to either suggest that they go to a skilled nursing facility for support. If a patient doesn't have the insurance, or if insurance won't cover durable medical equipment, then we have to send them to a facility to get support. So Great Bears is a great option. I always suggest that they can get it there, or Meals on Wheels. When a patient tells me that they have Meals on Wheels, that helps to expedite their discharge. It saves money for the county. We're not having to then take them outside of their homes. There's a lot of benefits to these nonprofits, and I highly recommend that you postpone making a decision. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Isai Pasos. I'm the Executive Director for Senderos. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for recommending Senderos as one of the programs, the youth program. But also I'm here to advocate for our second program, which is Plaza Comunitaria. It is important, especially nowadays, that we're having difficult times, specifically politically speaking. And I would like to basically, I know it's a really hard decision to recommend different organizations, but please, I would really like if you can review our second petition, which is to help community members from Plaza Comunitaria, from Latinos to indigenous communities that are learning to speak English, but as well as learning how to turn on a computer, learn the basics of a computer, basic learning. And that is why I'm here, to basically say, please help our second program. And once again, I know it's a difficult time and difficult decisions that you will need to make, and hopefully you will make the best decisions. Thank you once again. Have a good morning.
Good morning. My name is Laura Chiavolo Larson. I'm a physical therapist at Dominican Hospital, where I've been for over 10 years. I'm a court-appointed special advocate for kids in the foster care system through CASA. I'm a parent of a new child, and I've lived in the county for quite a while, on and off, for the last 20-ish years. And today I'm really asking that you postpone approving the recommendations for core funding as is. I know it's been a long process, but I think that the outcome of the recommendation shows that it's there's been some kind of errors there. Just looking through the recommendations, it's not consistently prioritizing basic needs and services that provide support for basic needs, which I think need to be the priority. So. Yeah, we're frustrated. It's very, very concerning. We're out here this morning because we're very concerned. And all I'm asking is that more time is taken to look back, to be able to review the applications directly and kind of understand what's going on, so we have the right decision for our community. I don't think we're there yet. And I think that my understanding that we're not looking at proven track record on the programs is very, very concerning. And that's how, in part, how we got to this situation where some of our most effective programs are on the chopping block to lose all funding. And that could also jeopardize their federal match for funding. So this is very concerning. Please postpone your vote. Take a little bit more time. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm not a public speaker, so I feel my nerves. I'm speaking this morning because I actually have clients this afternoon, and I don't think I'll be out of here in time. So I'm here today on the eve of Trans Day of Remembrance to advocate for discretionary funds to the Diversity Center of Santa Cruz. Although called discretionary, to be clear that these funds are essential for our business model, our practices, our impact, and our contribution. My name is Sibel Lally, and I am the Clinical Program Director at the Diversity Center. Prior to that, coming on board 2 years ago, I was the Quality Improvement Director for County Behavioral Health under HSA for 5 years. I'm a licensed clinician, MFT, for 25 years, and I've worked in high-level positions all throughout Santa Cruz County, striving to improve the well-being of our community. I left the county to join TDC because of one thing and the one need that they meet, being a beacon of safety, hope, wellness for a very marginalized and invisible community in Santa Cruz County. Under my 2 years of leadership and execution, I established a mental health clinic that is providing affirming LGBTQ counseling services for free for children, youth, parents, adults, and seniors in both South County, Watsonville, and also here in Santa Cruz. Our vital services are recognized by the County Office of Education, Pajaro Valley Unified School District, County Behavioral Health, PVPSA, and other agencies that recognize the importance of our work. People come to the center because it feels safe and accepting. We need the money now more than ever because of the upcoming expected anti-LGBTQ threat, harm, and hate. We have already experienced a bomb threat for our center. I also created a successful internship program. I have 3 master level students providing services for us now that has extended our services greatly for our community.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Van Hoovel. I am the president of the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Trades Council and VP for the Central Labor Council. I'm here today to say that staff has been working incredibly hard on the project labor agreement, and we just needed a little bit more time to get that last thing done. It's been an incredible opportunity for the residents of this county to be able to improve state certified apprenticeship programs. It's going to improve construction workers' lives here in this county with dignified healthcare, dignified retirement benefits. And I ask today not for funding, I ask today for opportunity for those construction workers to work for this community. And I support staff's recommendation. I look forward to bringing this back to you. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, Chair Cummings and esteemed board. My name is Elizabeth Bird. I'm a senior human services analyst in the Adult and Long-Term Care Division of the Human Services Department here in Santa Cruz County. We would like to extend our gratitude to the board for declaring this month In-Home Supportive Services Caregiver Month, or In-Home Supportive Services Provider Care Month. We would like to express our gratitude to the over 3,200 in-home supportive services caregivers in Santa Cruz County, whose dedication and compassion make it possible for more than 3,400 low-income, disabled, and elderly residents to live independently at home. Their work provides a dignified alternative to institutional care and is essential to maintaining the well-being of our most vulnerable community members. In recognition of their unwavering commitment, we encourage all residents to join us and the board in honoring these professionals for their vital contribution in promoting independence, dignity, and quality of life for those that they serve. Thank you very much.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Andrea Damon. I'm a resident of District 3. I am the Associate Director of Trans Families of Santa Cruz County, and I run our parent support groups. And I'm here today to try to convey to you the importance of the programs offered by the Diversity Center. Our families rely on these programs to provide support, community connection to their children. And at this moment in time, with the recent election, these services could not be more important for our youth. I'm sure you're aware already that the Trevor Project, which is a crisis line for LGBTQ youth, has experienced a 700% increase in crisis line calls since the election. And I will tell you that for our families, we are already seeing the mental health impact on our children of all ages, from young children to young adults, as a result of the rhetoric in this election. And the Diversity Center is a safe haven for our children. They're also a very important community partner for trans families of Santa Cruz County. They've provided us support in many different ways over the years. I don't think we could fulfill our mission of supporting families of trans and gender diverse youth without the support of the Diversity Center. So I know you all care about our LGBTQ youth in this county. And so I'm just here to reiterate, please ensure firm, ongoing funding for the Diversity Center. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Catherine McCormick, and I'm the COO at Monarch Services.
and I'm here to request the delay in the core funding vote. The current staff recommendations eliminate funding for 17 nonprofits that provide critical services to the most vulnerable populations in Santa Cruz County, including the city of Santa Cruz. These cuts will have devastating consequences for our community, particularly for the seniors, the youth, the families, and survivors of domestic violence. One of the most concerning outcomes is the complete defunding of domestic violence orgs in the county. This decision will have catastrophic consequences for survivors seeking support after enduring some of the most traumatic moments of their lives. For example, therapy by Monarch Services, which has been core funded for the past 3 years, will be completely eliminated. The therapy is critical for survivors, such as a young woman who has endured rape by an adult family member resulting in pregnancy. Without continued funding, survivors like her and their families will be left without vital mental health services necessary for healing. The long-term generational impacts of such decisions cannot be overstated. Monarch Services will have no choice but to cut the essential service from our budget, as there are no alternative funding sources to sustain it. Survivors will be referred out for this therapy that we are so highly specialized in, leaving gaps in service. We would like to formally request some of the discretionary funding, and we urge you to delay the vote.
Good morning, I'm Leanne Luna. I'm the CEO at Monarch Services. We have been providing vital crisis services to survivors for 47 years. We were funded by CORE during the last round, and we met every deliverable for the last 3 years. This time around, we were told by technical assistants that the past monikers wouldn't count and wouldn't be a consideration. However, the comments made in our most recent application included that those pieces were in fact missing. The TA we received was completely conflicting. Now, Monarchs will need to eliminate therapy for domestic and sexual violence survivors altogether. Domestic violence and sexual assault is such a specialized field. Yes, there are other therapists or places that we can refer to, but our approach is collaborative and holistic. Our case managers work closely with our therapists in order to provide the best support to our survivors. And it is integrated into our holistic care model. We are the only organization that is providing sexual assault services to survivors, and we're the only organization that asks for intervention funding for survivors. I believe it would have been more equitable to change the amount of each tier since the overall core funding was significantly reduced, and those changes were not reflected in the overall amount. It's imperative that we consider this when deciding how to now allocate the discretionary funds. The ask is to please pause and reevaluate. I urge you to please reconsider supporting Monarch's therapeutic services, which is currently being supported with $337,000 of core funding, with being able to provide critical therapeutic survivors to survivors in Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good morning, Jana Rivas from Monarch Services. I am a director of development, but today I'm here to share words from one of our clients who wanted to express how fundamentally impactful the therapeutic services have been. She is a mother who stayed in our confidential shelter program. Her therapy both covered the domestic violence and imminent danger that brought her and her young children into our confidential shelter, and also expanded to cover sexual assault in childhood, compounded traumas, and really needing to find a core a place for her to parent from. We've heard a lot today from our incredible community partner organizations in the importance of early childhood support and development, strong attachment, and that our therapeutic services at Monarch is a component of strong attachment and healthy child rearing as parents are supported in their healing process. And thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry I tried to wait for the agenda, but the time is moving quickly. Good morning and thank you for your service. I'm Julie, Executive Director of Walnut Avenue Family and Women's Center and co-chair of Santa Cruz County's Childhood Advisory Council. First off, please know I have deep respect for the core process because I served on the steering committee for several years. I understand the difficulties of securing enough funding to meet existing needs, as it is my daily battle running a nonprofit organization. My comment is regarding the significance of no early childhood education programs being recommended for core funding and what that could mean for the future of childcare in Santa Cruz County. A lesson learned after the COVID-19 shutdowns was that when parents can't go back to work because they have no childcare, families suffer, but also our economy suffers. Businesses can't function without their workers, and families can't meet their needs or support the businesses with no money to spend. Childcare is an essential basic need for working families. Subsidized childcare centers like Walnut Avenue bring millions of state and federal dollars to this community, providing employment opportunities for highly skilled childcare workers, and most importantly, delivering high quality, safe, and caring early learning environments for our youngest community members during the most significant brain development period of a child's life. Early education builds protective factors for children and families, counteracting potential long-term effects of trauma and adversity. It is one of those upstream preventative practices that we talk about in HSD's comprehensive prevention plan, which provides a community of support for families and for children, as well as opportunities for early detection and intervention for families who struggle with intergenerational cycles of poverty, violence, and system involvement. And lastly, I'll just say that if equity is the center of our funding choices, I want to point out that without affordable, accessible, high quality early childhood education for all income levels, there is no equality. There is gentrification and displacement of beloved community members. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Munoz, and I am the Childhood Advisory Council Community Organizer. Before I get started, I wanted to recognize the longstanding history of the Board of Supervisors, support for young children, and your understanding that childcare is an essential and basic need for working families that drives the local economy. There is no truer statement than families need childcare to work. It also is true that early education lays the foundation for future academic success for all children. The Childhood Advisory's 2023 needs assessment found that our county has the capacity to serve 26% of all infant and toddlers needing subsidized childcare, leaving an astounding 74% of low-income families with infant toddlers needs unmet. I'm here this morning to alert you to the fact that we are in a childcare crisis. The lack of funding results in low wages for early educators in a high-cost county such as ours, which is a leading factor as to why the childcare workforce is in a crisis and why a number of available childcare slots is shrinking. Without dedicated ongoing funding to support these programs, they will be forced to close. And each child care center that closes takes with it one of parents' greatest support systems and one of the most effective upstream preventative mechanisms for children to thrive. Please consider how our local governments can preserve these vital systems through dedicated funding for early care and education programs. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janice Allen. I'm a retired occupational therapist who, since I've moved to Santa Cruz County, have volunteered at the Volunteer Center, instructing the Matter of Balance class. It is part of the core funding, and it is threatened to be closed. And I'm just urging you to reconsider. There's around 25% seniors in this county that are needing this kind of thing. Fall risk is huge. Our growing population of aging people, this is becoming more and more of an issue. The Matter of Balance class is a standardized class that was initiated at Harvard Medical School and is now managed by Maine Healthcare. We are all trained to a certain standard to be able to teach this class. It has great efficacy, and we are threatened by having this canceled. So we'd like to have you reconsider the class. Thank you very much.
My name is Peg Popkin, and I'm here on behalf of what I have experienced with gray bears. It's probably one of the most effective places that I've been for helping people get better. The people that come and contribute their time and their energy get to have the joy of knowing what it's like to be significant in the lives of the people around them. But even more important, it's the catch place for people that are hitting a dip that may not be permanent, but it keeps them from sliding into being somebody that is a crisis point in on our list of painful stuff that happens to human beings. And it's unique in this country. And I come from a background of working for an inner city YMCA in Chicago. The 63rd and Halsted, we had the second highest crime rate in the country. And very often what I was seeing at that point was it was the small stitches that were getting missed. And that if we can put something at the top that screens out some of this stuff, we won't have so many people in crisis. You know, I really, you know, the food part alone is, I can attest to that. I dropped 40 pounds after going to Gray Bears to get food because I was eating salads rather than crap. And, you know, I'm 87 years old, and it's, you know, if you can keep people like me still out there contributing, you're gaining an awful lot in terms of what you're not going to have to pay for by taxes. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And this is a painful thing to sit and listen to. You know, it's, I was part of the committee that designed the program for Head Start in the 60s. So it's, you know, we're all important.
Thank you. Okay, the next, I just have to ask a question real quick. Are you able to stick around for the core item? Because we haven't had the presentation yet. And I kind of feel like at this point, we're having more comments on core rather than oral communication. We could probably get to the core item if we didn't have any more comments on the core. So
we have one colleague that needs to go up for a food pantry distribution today.
Yeah, so they can come forward.
Okay. So I'll just do a quick introduction. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Helen Yuen Story, Assistant Director and COO of the Community Action Board. We greatly appreciate the core recommendations that we received, including for low-income seniors in need of immigration legal services. And my colleague, Kate Hinningham, is here today if you have any questions about those services. However, we have deep concerns that neither our Davenport Resource Center nor our rental assistance program for North and Mid-County residents was recommended. My colleagues Lizette Ponce and Paz Padilla are here and will speak to these programs next. So both DRC and RAP scored within a few points of being recommended, but we think the lack of recommendations for these two programs speaks to one of the larger issues with the current core process, not prioritizing critical safety net services enough for those most vulnerable to poverty locally, especially as we're facing a changed federal administration that will likely severely impact funding for social services, including for CAB and many of our community partners here today. CAB encourages your board to consider slowing down the core funding process to allow for additional review to ensure an equity and values-based process that prioritizes safety net services for those most vulnerable. We also support reducing recommended awards by 5% in order to increase the amount of funding available to all, again, to support critical safety net services. And we do encourage you to try to find additional funding through Measure K or other funding sources to support core funding. Thank you for your continued support. And here's my colleague, Lizette.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Lizette Ponce, Program Coordinator for the Davenport Resource Center program under the umbrella of Community Action Board. And as you know, DRSC has been the only service provider based in the isolated North Coast area for over 45 years. Some of our participants have participated in various of our programs, but last year, 432 unduplicated, low-income, primarily farm working families, their children, seniors in our community depend on DRSC to provide critical basic needs support, including monthly nutritious food distribution. Last year, we were able to distribute 155,000 pounds, just to show a little bit of the need in our area. 28 youths were part of our after school and academic program and pro-social support for our teens, for youth and teens. And 96% of those teens showed an academic improvement and mental health, being able to connect with a positive adult. We are also a connection to key medical services through alliances with medical and vaccine clinical providers. Critically, our center also serves as a community and emergency resource and response center in times of crisis, including the CZU fires, which hit the North Coast, Davenport area, as well as COVID pandemic. DRSC truly serves as a hub for providing support, information, and services for dealing with all types of community needs and crisis at this point. Davenport is 10 miles away from the city of Santa Cruz and cut off from services and infrastructures of the city and more developed areas of the county. DRSC are truly trusted messengers and service providers for critical safety net services for this under-resourced part of our county. We thank the county for its previous years in partnership and urge you to support DRSC through this current core process so Davenport and the North Coast area does not become service desert for the vulnerable residents in the area.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Paz Padilla. I am the CAPS Programs Director of Programs at Impact. And as you know, CAP has been assisting critical homelessness prevention assistance to our community for over 40 years. Annually, CAP assists hundreds of low-income residents in the North and Mid-County area, primarily families with school-aged children, state-housed and avoiding evictions through temporary setbacks that can throw low-income households into crisis. These setbacks can be high medical bills, illness in the families, car repairs, family changes such as divorce and death in the family. Without critical rent assistance, these types of setbacks can force families into cars, shelters, or even living in the streets, creating trauma that impact both their physical and mental health. Rent assistance and the wraparound support of our caring case managers that CAPRAP provides is such a critical prevention tool to avoid both the family and the community crisis of homelessness in our high-cost area. We thank the county, we thank our partners for this previous years of partnership. We urge that you support the WRAP and its North Mid-County Rent Assistance Program. Thank you, and you have a good day.
All right. See if there's any members of the public online who'd like to speak to us on oral communications. And I just would like to emphasize, if you are online and you'd like to speak to the core funding, if you can hold off on your comments until we hear that item, we'll probably get to that in the next 10 minutes if we don't have that many people commenting on this. So go ahead.
Rachel, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. I just quickly, I definitely support the delay of this of the core funding decision. I'm very concerned that it doesn't have the transparent criteria. But I've spoke before, and I suggested last year a few times that we might consider having a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that wouldn't need any fancy funding for a consultant to evaluate and have complete transparency about the policies that were conducted during the COVID pandemic era. And the reason why I think this is still very, very much of an issue is obviously there's a new administration coming in, and if Bobby Kennedy is going to be the Director of Health and Human Services, there's going to be some changes and some transparency transparency that may affect us in this community. And the issue that I'm most concerned today about is the fact that the FDA has essentially done away with the requirement for informed consent. I don't know how much that affects the different policies in programs in Santa Cruz County, but I dare say from having a look at the clinical trials website, where I found just, over 1,000 clinical trials being conducted right now. It's possible that there are clinical trials being conducted now in this county without informed consent. This could be for all kinds of pharmaceutical products. It could be for vaccines. It could be for psychological experiments. And if you go to the Federal Register for the Institutional Review Board waiver and alteration of informed consent, you will see that now under U.S. policy, if a study is deemed to be quote unquote minimal risk, there is no need to inform human subjects. This is a violation of Nuremberg, and it's going to come to an end. And I invite everyone to look into it and to take the opportunity to raise our standards here before the shit.
Thank you so much.
Adriana, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Adriana here with Ventures. First, I want to thank you for the continuing support of supporting our financial stability through our Familias con Más work. The past core funding allow us to provide services to more than 90 families composed of more than 300 children and more than 600 adults, and included more than 500 individual financial coaching sessions for them, as well as more than 61 financial workshops. All families had children under 12, and also they came from various areas of the county. Many of them were able to navigate the storms of 2023-24 by leveraging the guaranteed income provided to them. 90% of the participants reported increase in financial literacy, and also 90% reported a decrease in mental health stress and anxiety caused by finances. 83 of the participants increased assets and incomes and paid more than $41,000 in debt. We are kindly asking that you consider contributing to providing more funding to additional cohorts and leveraging this from state funding that we already have to continue the workshops. Please continue funding our program through your general discretionary fund to continue our ALAS program. We are really thankful for supporting the other programs, Amiguitas, but we would like to request that you also support our ALAS guarantee program with your general discretionary fund. Thank you for all the support that you've been providing, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate to promote equitable economic opportunities for all in Santa Cruz County.
Daisy, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Daisy Pan. I live at 331 Palisades Avenue in the Moran Lagoon area. I'm here to request the 2 trees on county property on the trail along Moran Lagoon get topped, please. One is 170 feet high. An arborist we paid ranked them a hazard of 12 out of 12. Thanks to Supervisor Manu, he helped us get a county arborist to evaluate them. And he agreed they needed to be topped. And when they fall, both arborists agreed that they expect to decimate my house and kill my family and injure anyone on the trail. The Parks Department agreed to top the trees after monarch roosting in the spring. And there are some key emissions in the county arborist report, which would create an emergency response and the emergency clause for these trees to be topped during monarch season. One is that the county arborist evaluated the wrong tree. 2 is that the trees are actually above the canopy, which was not acknowledged in the report. So they're much more prone to wind and cyclones. And there's some key aspects about the soil that it both had saline and clay, which make the roots not be able to support the tree's height. Both arborists were clear on what would be saved by topping. They both agreed it would be my house, my family, and people walking on the trail. But there's no scientific data that shows the exact benefit of not topping the tree. Like there's no monarchs in this tree. When you look at the data of the population of the monarchs the last 30 years, there's no correlation with tree height. So I'm just asking that this tree be topped before the atmospheric river begins on Friday. I'm about to have my family and I stay in a hotel as I recover from surgery for cancer for the coming 6 days of rain in order to avoid being hit by this tree. And I cannot afford to do that all winter. Just wanted to ask you to stand in my shoes for a moment. Thank you.
Beverly, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, Supervisors. Beverly Deschaux here. I'm calling to urge you to support gray bears in financing them for the most basic, direct addressing of poverty. This program not only supports seniors, but other people who are in need. They provide a healthy hot lunch for 5 days a week. And there are people there who have no teeth. And they're in walkers and on canes. And it's just the most basic. And it provides community for people, provides a sense of meaning for those volunteers. There are so many volunteers there. It's an important service in our community. And I also want to say that I'm curious why our county does not have solar covering its complex there, the buildings, the parking lots. You can get solar in a PPA that requires no output of money from the county. You could lower your electricity bills and then provide the services that all the many people in these various organizations who have spoken to you today. Ginny Johnson, Supervisor McPherson, you have a gem there. Ginny Johnson could get this done. I urge you to get her to get this done and cover all the parking lots with solar and battery storage to kick gas and also to reduce your electricity bill. You need to get a good deal, though, that it can be bought back by or allowed for the county to own it after a few years instead of some of the bad deals where it takes 20 years. So thank you for all of your service.
Jason, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jason Chalk, and I'm a homeowner on Burr Court in the Live Oak neighborhood of District 1. Our lovely little street is adjacent to lot number 2091. This is the proposed site for high-density rezoning at 17th Avenue and Cozy Court. I'm here today to express my opposition to this rezoning and its potential impact on our neighborhood. And to be clear, I support increasing our housing inventory. I know that easing housing pressure in places like Santa Cruz County is important and it's necessary. However, I strongly believe that this particular high density proposal is incompatible with the current infrastructure and character of our neighborhood. In 2015, we moved to our neighborhood because it was lower density and because it was the kind of place where we know all our neighbors and because it was the kind of place where we weren't fearful of our kids riding their bikes or walking to school. And in the past 9 years, we've already seen our neighborhood struggling with traffic congestion and parking issues. We already see freeway traffic overflow. We already see overflow parking from the surrounding neighborhood. And adding high density housing without adequate planning will make these problems worse, leaving residents to deal with the consequences. If this rezoning and development proceeds, the county must implement a parking permit program. It must expand public transportation and provide other mitigations to make sure that the existing residents aren't disproportionately burdened. And finally, our neighborhood has changed gradually over the years, which I accept, and that's just how it goes. But this development would bring about rapid and severe changes. The county has a responsibility to balance the housing needs of our residents with also preserving the unique character of communities like ours. So thank you so much for your time and considering the voices of those most directly impacted by this proposal. And please reject the change to the zoning of lot 2091. Thank you.
Caller user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett.
The focus of agenda items 57 to 61 is winter storm emergency projects. What are some rarely reported causal factors of catastrophic floods, droughts, hurricanes, atmospheric river storms, etc.? I refer you to geoengineeringwatch.org. Investigate inarguable climate engineering facts and film footage at geoengineeringwatch.org and help expose and halt. You should be advocating to halt the ongoing climate engineering insanity. And reading from this flyer in front of me, from geoengineeringwatch.org, illegal climate engineering operations are being carried out without public knowledge or consent. Let's see, precipitation tests from around the world confirm alarming levels of aluminum, barium, strontium, and other heavy metals named in climate engineering patents are saturating our breathable air column. Human blood, urine, and hair tests confirm the extreme buildup of these highly toxic heavy metals in populations. What are known consequences of ongoing climate engineering operations? Geoengineering is further fueling the overall warming of our planet.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments, and action on consent. I'll start with Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to mention that we are addressing the solar contract of how we can approve that, get more solar power for in the county. That's just an answer to a comment that's been made. But on item number 20, the contract for legal services and the FEMA reimbursements, I want to thank the CAO for bringing this item to us and for the ongoing effort to get reimbursed by FEMA. At first we thought we were owed about 100 billion. Now it's down to, I think, 50 still. It'll prove to be a worthwhile expenditure if we win our appeal on this $2.5 million reimbursement request. So thank you very much. On item number 40, the evacuation routes, thank to the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience for its ongoing work on evacuation route planning for Lompico in particular, and the other projects listed on the staff menu. There are a lot of work to be done, and I'm glad that we have some funding left to help advance those initiatives. On item number 49, the Pace property or Quail Hollow Ranch, thanks to our parks team, some of whom are here, for its continued work on this project to improve Quail Hollow County Park. Through the state grant, we're lucky to have Quail Hollow in our park system for going on 40 years now, and it's very much highly recognized, and we continuously are looking forward to ways to improve it. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Just comment on 3 items, 21, 35, 57. I want to thank the county, the CEO staff for diligently meeting with folks from labor and from business to get this PLA worked out. And so I hope that we continue to meet until December 17th and have a good process. 35, I want to thank Michael Balsh. He's our appointee commissioner for Emergency Medical Care Commission, and I guess as well as Thomas Burrows for the Paro Valley Water Management Agency Board of Directors.
Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Chair. There's 2 brief items. I'd just like to thank Parks on the Hidden Beach project. This is bringing a restroom down to that area has been a long time coming. I know we've done a lot of work to get the grant. I'm excited to move it forward in this next step. And on item 26 for this Esplanade location, which has been in public ownership for a little while. I think this is the right direction to take. I will just make one little suggestion. This is not additional direction, but just a suggestion to parks to make sure that as we move forward with the food trucks in particular, that we don't directly compete with some of the restaurants next door. So maybe not the same kind of food. That is something that did happen last time. And I think there was a little bit of pushback on that. But I think offering options for the beach, offering additional food options, that will be a wonderful use and really activating that public space with movie nights, et cetera. It's just such a beautiful, special spot. I'm looking forward to being down there in this coming summer. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 51, approving funding for a senior building inspector position in the planning division. I'm just really excited to see us refund this position. It has been defunded since the Great Recession, and with an increase of 53% in new single-family dwelling applications in the past year, and the need to build over 5,000 units in the coming years, we desperately need inspectors. So I'm glad we're funding this. I'm also really excited that we are finally have a hire for our chief building official. So finally looking up in the planning division, and go team. On item 52, the first annual report on short-term rental enforcement, I just want to thank Code Compliance and in particular John Nielsen for this report. We've had a short-term rental ordinance for many years, but we're finally seeing an appropriate level of enforcement, including 251 citations between November 1st, 2023 and October 25th, 2024, including 80 in the first district. So just glad to see this level of attention finally being paid to short-term rental enforcement. And finally, on item 56, Schultes Road Emergency Project, I just want to thank Community Development and Infrastructure for their quick work on this project. It's essential for ensuring that this entire community just to the east of Highway 17 actually has access. They've lost access along a number of alternate routes, including Redwood Lodge Road. And so making sure that Schultes Road is accessible is essential. Glad we got the project done. Thanks.
And I'll be very brief. Just again, want to share similar comments to Supervisor Koenig around the short-term rental report. It's really helpful as we are going to be continuing to improve and amend our short-term rental ordinances. And so just seeing, what's out there currently is really helpful as we're going to be moving forward with that decision-making process. And then finally, just wanted to highlight that on the week of November 18th to the 22nd, 2024 is California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week. And so just want to appreciate our clerks of the board for all their hard work that they do to help us make sure that we're able to run efficient meetings and all the other work they do in our county. So with that, I'll look to my colleagues to move consent with the exception of items numbers 18 and 48.
Move approval of consent with removal of items 48 and 18.
Second. So motion by Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez, and I'll go to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig?
Aye.
Friend?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
McPherson? And Cummings?
Aye. That passes unanimously. And so with that, we're going to move on to the item that I think many of you are here for. This is item number 7 on our regular agenda, which is the report. And consider approving recommended awards for the collective of results and evidence-based investment requests for proposals process, including direction on set aside funding in the amount of $828,847 and take related actions. And I'll turn it over to our HSD team to provide some presentation on the side.
Good morning, Chair Cummings, members of the board, and Supervisor Zach Friend sitting on a video right in front of me. Also, thank you to the clerk of the board. I didn't know it was this week. Thank you for sharing that, Chair Cummings, who has agreed to hold on pulling up the PowerPoint before we make a few introductory comments. I'm joined by Kimberly Peterson, the Deputy Director of our department, and would just like to make a couple of very quick introductory comments, and then we'll start the formal PowerPoint presentation. The first, those who are very close to this know this, but I feel like it's very important in this complex world of limited funding, recognize the partnership with the City of Santa Cruz, who's the one jurisdiction that works with us. This is a partnership. The City of Santa Cruz puts in a little over $1 million that's braided with your general fund money for the total of the money that we're going to be talking about today. And Kimberly and I will be at the city council chambers this afternoon to give us the same presentation in front of their council. So I just want to thank the city manager's office and this city council in Santa Cruz for working with us. To that end, my second comment is to the item number 48 that was pulled, Chair Cummings, into the board. Just want to let you know that we will be leaving about 12:30 to get to the city. So just if you wanted to have that as a regular item for HSD to speak to, because it's our item, just want to let you know we're here until 12:30. And if not, we have some staff on standby that we could send here, but we're here until 12:30 if that impacts the planning of that putting that up for regular item.
Let me ask County Council if we're able to move item number 48 to be heard directly after the core item.
Sorry, the move of that was not originally designated. I was assuming that it was going to be designated as item 64.2, but it instead you can hear it directly after this item. Yes.
Okay. So we'll plan on doing that then.
Do you want to designate that item as 7.1?
7.1, that works.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the accommodation. I'll make sure you knew we just wouldn't be here if you didn't get to it later. And then the last and final before we pull up the PowerPoint, hope this is appropriate. I want to just recognize that this is the last scheduled presentation of the Human Services Department in front of your full board for this calendar year. I am coming up on 5 years, and I just feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to say thank you to Supervisor Bruce McPherson and Supervisor Zach Friend, who voluntarily chose not to run for their seats, and express my appreciation for your professionalism, your candor, and some constructive feedback about what we do, and just want to recognize and appreciate your service for many years. So I wanted to thank you for that. So with that said, if the clerk of the board could pull up the PowerPoint, we'll sort of walk through what we're going to cover today. Okay, thank you. So in front of you is the brief overview of what we're going to cover. I'm first going to go through a timeline review to summarize what your board approved as the specific timeline that has been playing out over this last year, so everyone can be reminded where we've been and where we are today and what the next steps are per the board approved timeline. I'm then going to turn it over to Kimberly, who's going to speak about first the panel and the appeal process, which was part of the board approved RFP process, to give you an update what happened since we were in front of you in September, which leads to then the recommended award vote in front of you today, the set aside direction we seek from you today, and then I will come back and close out with a summary of what the recommended actions are and some thoughts about that for your consideration. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the timeline that we are following today. I want to just remind and sort of level set that this is the third RFP cycle of a program formerly referred to as community programs, which was essentially an entitlement program that guaranteed funding to the same agency for many decades. And then under direction from the board before I was here, the board directed to shift to a competitive procurement. This is the third procurement, and after the first, before the second, when Kimberly and I were here, and between the second and the third that we're in front of you today, we have always gone through a lessons learned process and come back and try to apply lessons learned to help make this process make more sense, given, I think, what we heard in public comment today. There is so much righteous unmet need in the community and so little funding. How do you decide? It's a very difficult ask for all of us, very difficult for the CBOs who have lots of arguments to make what their services do, for you to make the final decisions, and for us to staff to try to thread the needle of running a procurement when there's not enough money. It's all very complicated for all of us. So this timeline was something that was actually one of the lessons learned from the last process, which is to be more transparent and create more public opportunities to come forward to seek direction from the elected officials to let us know how you want the money to be doled out to different community-based organizations. I do want to make sure everyone is aware, we shared this well over a year ago, that we interviewed every elected official at the city of Santa Cruz and at the board at the time. And somewhat to our surprise, everyone wanted there to be some form of a competitive procurement. However, this round, we were asked to ensure that there was more opportunities for elected officials to narrow the focus and to give us direction about what you wanted the outcomes to look like, up to including prioritizing and carving out programs you wanted to make sure were funded, so you wouldn't be in the situation of receiving a slate of recommended awards that did not include something you knew you wanted to be funded. So this timeline was brought forward to you. Your board approved this timeline, which included these set of actions, which I'll walk through now. So the first step is in December of 2023, we came forward with an analysis of the 8 focus areas in the framework used called the core conditions of well-being. And we displayed that were 3 of them that had much less general fund from the county at large than the other 5, and recommended we narrow the focus from all 8 down to 3. We got additional direction from your board at that hearing in December to add healthy environments. So we moved forward with building the draft RFP with those 4 conditions. So it narrowed in half the focus of this procurement. Also in December 2023, and directly related to the direction we got from lessons learned and from elected officials to please create more opportunities for us to give you direction on what the recommended awards come back to us representing. We said, and you approved us coming back 2 more times to have 2 more public hearings to give an opportunity for CBOs to advocate for the importance of their services, to seek direction from you to prioritize funding them in either a particular program to be carved out from funding or a particular geographic region or a specific population. So that was approved in December for us to come back to you in April. We came back to you in April of 2024. And the proposal that was accepted and the direction we followed was to separate the money into 3 buckets. Those 3 buckets include $1.5 million set aside to be administered by the Housing for Health Division to focus on one of those 4 focus areas that you approved in December, which is affordable housing and shelter. Because we have a strategic plan, we have a Brown Act governed continuum of care called the Housing for Health Partnership. 2 of the board members sit on it. And we said, we know from 4 years of securing federal and state funds, what money we are successful in accessing and what we are not. And what we are not is base general fund to stand up the 3 navigation centers across the county. And we do not have access to money to curb the tide of the growing homeless crisis in South County. So your board approved $1 million to invest in the 3 navigation centers as general fund base to draw the federal and state money to stand up those programs, and a $500,000 fund to focus on South County homeless prevention. That is being administered by the Housing for Health Division and is mentioned in the materials. Number 2, in part to get ahead of what inevitably and predictably would be in front of you today, is any slate of recommended awards, particularly with what we then saw, which is 4.5 times more requests than money available, would include some programs you wished were funded. So we recommended and you approved a 15% carve out from procurement to be set aside for your discretion when the recommended awards came forward, and any unspent funds that the math didn't land that couldn't be fully spent in any area to add to that 15%. We, in the RFP that you approved to be released, we applied 14 lessons learned, 14 from the last RFP cycle that we heard from community and from elected officials. And finally, we asked at the hearing, specifically in the recommended actions, please give us direction on any carve out that you want a guaranteed funding so that applicants know they do not have to apply because they will get funding, or any particular priority. We can apply any formula we want, guaranteeing a certain amount of money for a population, a region, or a particular area. At that hearing, we did go back to look at the board hearings and board materials. There was no written correspondence from community-based organizations, and there was no board direction to carve out anything from procurement. So we repeated at the end of that hearing that we would come back in September with an update on a summary of what applications have received and create one final opportunity for direction and for community-based organizations to make a case why they should be prioritized. That led to the last hearing when Kimberly and I were in front of you, which was in September. And at the September hearing, we shared with you, which we would not have known until the RFP was approved and the applications were in front of us, and we summarized that. 100 applications requesting $15.3 million of funding with an appropriation of a little over $3.5 million. We knew there was going to be many, many organizations that were not going to be recommended for funding through the process. So we asked for 2 more pieces of direction from you given that volume, which was significantly higher than the last round, by the way. One is we proposed a few different formulas for how to spread the money to ensure the money was spread across the core conditions and the different tier sizes, and shared with you some of our thinking, but asked you and the public to comment on it. And in the end, you approved a specific formula that actually was the one that would fund the most number of agencies. And then number two, we again asked for direction to carve out from competition any particular program that you as elected officials felt was important to continue funding. And that was directly based on the feedback we got from elected officials from the last time. And we encouraged community-based organizations to come to the September hearing to make their arguments publicly so that you could consider directing a carve out. Again, we reviewed the September hearing materials and there was no written correspondence from a community-based organization and there was no direction from the board. There was direction from the city council at the September hearing for childcare. But so with that, we were left with what we repeated in December and April and September is a competitive RFP, is a best application wins through a ranking process is awarded. So we shared that in our effort to be transparent, and we shared that you will have a slate of recommended awards that is best application, highest ranked if you don't give us direction. So we did not get any direction, and that leads to why we're here today. And in front of you, I will close out with the 4 recommended actions, but the 2 big votes are the slate of recommended awards and the specific set aside funding that you have. If you approve the recommended action to return in April, we have to codify an MOU with the city to share and braid the funding. We would like to use that opportunity to give you an update on the contract transitions because one of the major lessons learned from CBOs was they wanted to have much more time to transition. And we have that time if there's an action today to approve this, to give you an update. And then I think we all agree, staff, community, and electeds, I feel confident I can say this, we probably need to spend some time looking at the structural realities that there's not enough money to fund the unmet need. And so this structure is going to always generate this amount of controversy unless we relook at the structure. And I'm very open to that. So we would recommend if we come back in April, we would talk through a lessons learned process. And then as scheduled now, the slate of current contracts are scheduled to end on June 30th and new contracts continuation or new to begin on July 1st. So we would be working between now and then to execute the contracts. So I am now going to turn it over to Kimberly. And if you could help, this is not working. She will now walk through the next part.
So good morning. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about the panel review process and appeal process. And I will acknowledge we received some questions last night and this morning that we weren't able to respond to. So I'll try to address those today during this morning's board meeting. So just to level set a little bit, Randy mentioned there were 100 applications received. All applications were reviewed according to the scoring rubric or scoring criteria. That scoring criteria was published in the RFP. It was in Appendix B, page 35, if anybody wanted to go back and reference that. When we were here in September, we told you we had recruited over about 70 panelists. Some people were not able to follow through with participating. A few people were conflicted out. And we did end up with 60 panelists, which provided us 20 separate panels to review the applications. Panelists were provided training on the scoring rubric. Panelists were encouraged to make comments as they went through and scored individual applications so that they could reference that when they came back to discuss any variance of scores with other panelists. Each panelist group met to discuss any variance amongst their scores. So there were 20 separate meetings among the different panels, equating to about 40 hours of discussion regarding the applications. Because of the volume of applications and multiple sections within the scoring rubric, we figure there were about 2,400 unique comments written by the reviewers. In the end, once all panelists had an opportunity to review their scores and finalize their scores, we took the final scores as staff, averaged the scores for each application, and that provided us the final score for each individual applicant. And then those scores were applied in a ranking system to come up with the recommended awards based on the funding distribution formula that you approved in September that Randy referenced. 4 applicants were notified in writing of their score on October 4th, and they were provided information on whether they were recommended for award or not. There was a 10-day appeal period. 22 appeals were received. As a result of that, 6 appeals were partially or fully upheld. And in that process, 2 applicants moved from not being recommended for funding into the recommended for funding category. So that's what you have now in front of you is the 28 total recommended awards. That includes 2 organizations that were not initially recommended for funding until after the appeal process. Collectively, we see that the scoring rubric, the training provided, the panelists reconvening process to discuss any score variance, and the appeals process as a type of check and balance built into the RFP process. And as you know, and for members of the public, attachments D and E in the materials provide additional detail on the panel review process and the panelist demographics. Thank you. So as we switch to the recommended awards, in a moment, we'll look at a high-level analysis of the awards, though I wanted to take a quick moment to reaffirm and emphasize just a couple key points. The design of the core RFP has been an iterative process that has been adjusted based on feedback from each prior cycle. By definition, an RFP is a competitive process. So for the last few cycles, when funding has been awarded, it's been awarded for a 3-year cycle, which means that at the end of the funding cycle, everybody starts fresh with a clean slate, or they start at 0 and apply for funding again. There's no guarantee of funding or entitlement or permanent allocation of funding in the RFP process unless funding is specifically carved out from the RFP. During this process, as you've heard, we received 100 applications, more than 4 times the amount of funding was requested than what we had. We only had $3.79 million available. And we know, and we've all heard today, there's tremendous need and a lot of amazing programs in the community. The awards were made following the board-approved funding distribution formula that tried to ensure that the money was spread across the various categories to as many organizations as possible. And there were no carve-outs of guaranteed funding for any agency or program. However, based on the feedback that we had received to create a set aside for elected officials to use at their discretion at the end of the RFP process to fund emerging or new priorities that were not funded through the competitive process, you do have almost $830,000 available to you to address any emerging needs or priorities that were not already funded. Next slide, please. Thanks. So looking at the recommended awards, again, acknowledging limited funding, lots of really good programs. You can see that the ultimate recommended awards aligned very closely with the board-approved funding formula. The board approved the funding formula that would distribute the funding based on the number of applications received in each area and would fund the highest number of proposals. What you see here on the far left column represents the core condition that organizations applied for. Under the middle column is the amount of funding that was allocated in each area. And then to the right is how, of the recommended funding, how it fell. We have received a lot of questions regarding who is being served by the recommended awards. And overall, I can tell you that the recommended awards align geographically and demographically with where there are higher concentrations of poverty and other needs. Attachment B in the materials has more information and analysis, but here's a brief snapshot of the awards with a brief comparison of currently funded programs. The the couple takeaways here when you look at the geographic distribution and demographic distribution of the funding is that it's similar to last round, though there is an increase of funding for South County, Mid-County, and a very slight increase of funding for San Lorenzo Valley. There is also an anticipated increase in the distribution of funding serving people of color in the community. Also to note, on the far right, you may notice there's a slight decrease in the other category, which we feel is partly because as it's anticipated that data collection will be better about who is served and where people are served. And again, attachment B has a lot more in-depth information. So as mentioned, there was no specific carve out for any particular organization or service, though you have $828,847 available currently as a separate set aside for elected officials. The city, they also have a small portion of funding that they may utilize to put towards what they feel is are their priorities. The staff report, which is attachment F in the materials, provides some ways that you may choose to look at how to distribute that set aside funding. However, it's completely at your discretion, as CORE is, and we would just try to provide some information that would make it easier for you as you try to think about how to allocate more limited funding in the face of great need. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Randy.
Okay, so I will close it out with a summary of the recommended actions and a few comments that I feel like are my responsibility to share. And of course, in the end, it's your discretion to take our comments under consideration. So the first recommended action as detailed in the public board materials is to approve the recommended awards. As we have reflected upon the actions in front of you, we would like to encourage you to consider separating the vote on recommended awards from the vote on set aside for at least the following reason. The vote on the recommended awards is a yes, no, and I'm sure there's lots of opinions and lots of debate. And if there's a no vote, that opens a whole other door. If there's a yes vote, that narrows the focus on the second vote, which I anticipate is a complicated set of deliberations. So anyhow, for your consideration, it might be worth considering having the recommended award slate of awards first, see where the board votes, and then second, the set aside. The other comment I want to make is I feel it is my responsibility as a human services professional sitting in this space for 30 years and having watched funding cycles come and go, federal administrations change, state economy coming and going. I've heard the public comment and I've been forwarded a lot of emails recommending a delay to the vote. So I feel like I just need to at least share with you my opinion about that and you will take it under consideration or not. I do discourage you to delay the vote. I think you need to make the vote today. Here's my reasons. We have spent 5 years looking at this amount of money. As I've shared at other public hearings, it represents about 1% of the entire safety net that we serve, and it represents about 2.5% of the total amount of money Health and Human Services contract with community services. So though it is a very complicated set of money because it's completely under control and most all of the other money that we administer is funded and regulated by state and fed, so you have less say over that money. We understand that it is a small piece of the large safety net that we manage. I think delaying the vote is delaying the inevitable. No matter what vote you make at whatever point in time, it's going to be controversial. I also feel I need to share that I do not foresee any analysis we can do that will bring you any new information to help make a more informed decision. No matter what information we bring forward, there are winners and losers. There are impacts on the community for cuts to programs. There are impacts on the community that could be replace those with the new programs. And I don't anticipate any analysis will help change the inevitable difficult decision in front of you. However, I want to really lean into my worry. I anticipate we are going to be in a world of chaos in early 2025. any time that we are asked to spend as the Human Services Department to work on analysis of something that we anticipate will not bring new information forward is time not spent coming together with you and with the community on a whole host of broader issues that are inevitably going to be moved forward. The likely overturning of the Affordable Care Act, which would cut 40% of who is on Medi-Cal in our county today. Almost everything we do in the county safety net is built upon people being on Medi-Cal, getting them on Medi-Cal. If 40% of the current people get their Medi-Cal cut, we have a lot of work to do with community. We know the federal administration's rhetoric around the undocumented immigrant community. We need to come together with you and our community to work together to deal with the inevitable violent rhetoric, if not more, that is upcoming in deportations. And what are we going to do if we have another natural disaster coming up with, there's already a prediction of an atmospheric river coming up. The other comment I want to make is this program, in my experience, is almost a piece of kryptonite that there's no way to win. The community is always upset. You're upset. And I will be frank, we are upset. We have done our best to do exactly what we believe you directed us to do. I outlined that. I'm not going to repeat it. And it still leaves so much displeasure. This is a very divisive program. I think we have lots of time to change it and adjust it in the future, but delaying a vote just leaves that piece of kryptonite in front of all of us when we need to come together as a team, and inevitably puts a piece of chaos in the middle of a time when we need to work together, which leads to my final comment. I have heard some considerations that delaying this decision will give time to calibrate and prepare for federal and state cuts. I want to just be very clear as a matter of fact. The state budget is very volatile. We do not know the outcome of the state budget until mid-June. And just using last year's state budget as an example, the January budget released by our governor cut $750 million from human service programming. Then the May revise, it grew to 1.3 billion. And then by the time we got to mid-June, it was actually down to about a couple million. It's a volatile process. We will have indications of cuts, but we will not know the outcome until middle of June. So we will be in a hypothetical what's going to happen and not know, which leads to the biggest issue, which is the federal government. Last year, with all of those proposed state cuts, and thank you, state legislature and advocates who fought hard to stay off those cuts, the federal funding was stable. 50% of my department's budget is federal funding. All of it is in play under the new administration with the Republican House and the Republican Senate. But the federal budget is September 30th till October 1st. And though the new administration can do whatever it wants, the budget cycle doesn't settle until next September. So I just wanted to make very clear, I do not see, we will see chaos, but I don't know if we know what cuts we will have to absolutely absorb until well after the time needed to have that be any part of a consideration by delaying a vote. This leads to the second action, which is the set aside funding. If you do vote to approve contracts to move forward, to authorize us to begin executing those contracts and to return April 30th, which would be an opportunity for us to give you updates on the contracts. And also we have to have your board codify an MOU with the city in order to blend our money together as we did. We would use the same template, but we'd have to work with their legal counsel and their city manager and bring that MOU back to you in order to move the money forward. So with that said, if I could turn it, the last slide is just to turn it back to the board for any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to open up to the public because I know a lot of folks have been waiting here. And so if you have not spoken already, please line up behind the podium. If you have spoken on this item already, you only get one chance to speak. We have your comments, but we want to try to get through this efficiently. And so with that, I'll invite the first speaker up to speak to us on this item. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hello, my name is still James Ewing Whitman, and I really like this presentation. It's my understanding that the overall budget for human health services is only 3% of that, and people are just kind of working on the funding that's there. I appreciate that the gentleman mentioned that due to the election of a male Jesuit that things may accelerate quite greatly. and things may accelerate quite greatly for many reasons that I don't have time to go into detail. So it's a reminder to all the people that are here and listening that we really should work together. And if there is this potential issues, what can we do before those issues happen to actually work together? That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or whatever it is, board. Don Dietrich, working on my 70, rolling up to 70 years of residency here. I think Bruce has probably got me beat, but the rest of you don't. So I'm here to plead for your consideration for the Gray Bears program as a volunteer delivery driver who goes in District 3, City of Santa Cruz, door to door, delivering bags of food once a week. To people that are in desperate and dire need. It's been 5 days since those people got a delivery. And right now, while we're nice and warm in here and thinking about all this stuff in a nice sterile environment, they're sitting in their one room, cold little apartment, bundled up in a bunch of clothes, wondering how they're going to stretch what they don't have till they get their bag in 2 days. And I see it every week. These people need that food. And it's real. They're elderly people won't hire them. They don't have the ability to get to work. They can't improve their situation. They're stuck in these dire situations and they need the assistance of government to help them. So I'm here to plead with you to do that because, you know, and I do have a solution for you. You just got $5 million for homelessness. I saw that in the newspaper. Congratulations to you. But there's got to be preventative money in there to prevent homelessness. And if you don't provide these people with this food, they're going to have to decide whether they eat or they pay their rent. And they could end up homeless too. So use some of that money as a preventative measure to keep your most vulnerable, these folks that cannot improve their situation, which are senior citizens in this community, and take some of that money and afford them at least the dignity to eat. They're not going to make it without this assistance. I see them every week. I've invited you to come out and ride with me. You can come and see if you want, but it's a real situation.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Laura Marcus, the CEO of Dientes. Wow, so many passionate speakers today talking about so many important needs in our community. And I know how hard the county staff has worked, the city staff, the volunteers that worked on the core process itself. It may not be perfect, but it is indeed a process that we all agreed we'd follow. And Dientes was one of the unfortunate ones that didn't get funded this time. We always knew that was a risk and a possibility. And now we're facing the reality of it. I am not here to argue against who has been recommended for core funding. They went through a process, they scored the highest in their areas, they deserve to be funded. But we are here to request consideration for the set aside money. The 1,000 seniors that Dientes would support through this funding are currently, and I don't want to make light of the idea of Meals on Wheels and Gray Bears providing important bags of food, but what use is fresh produce if you don't have teeth to eat that with? We are an important service, the only one of our kind in Santa Cruz County, providing free care to seniors. And the senior population in our community is only growing. And we don't know, as Director Randy said earlier, we don't know what the future 2025 will bring for all of Health and Human Services. But I do know this, there are seniors in our community that will lose all of their teeth, will not be able to get the nutrition that they need, will face other diseases that are related to their oral health. And we're really just requesting that you consider funding Dientes. We actually recommend and suggest you take option A of the staff recommendations, which is to fund the highest rated proposals, of which Dientes was one. And we're happy to take a bigger cut than 5%. But we really hope that we can get your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for your service.
My name is Gary Bencomo. I'm the president of the board of directors of Dientes Community Dental Care. After a 24-year career in high technology, I transitioned into the nonprofit sector. And since 2016, I've worked in nonprofits in this county and been involved with nonprofits, including from 2012 to 2018. I had the very great pleasure of working for Dientes, where we're retiring in 2018 as the chief human resource officer. I had a front row perspective, if you will, on this organization and how we've absolutely delivered on our mission of improving the healthcare outcomes for people in our community. As evidence of that, I'd like to just provide an example of the Oral Health Access Program, which was started in 2016, and acknowledge Supervisor Zach Friend, who was a champion and a leader in that program that still exists today. The OHA still continues to improve the healthcare outcomes for school-age children in our county. Now, as we've all heard today, there's no shortage of wonderful organizations out there under consideration for these funds. I would suggest that the Board of Supervisors, any of these funds, these discretionary funds that we're asking for, to consider investing them, if you will, in Dientes. That investment will manifest itself in tangible, positive, measurable outcomes for seniors in our community. With that, thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Cummings, members of the board, staff. Thank you very much for your leadership in this difficult discussion today. With current core grant funding, I'm Jennifer Merchant with Gray Bears. I should have mentioned that, our executive director. With current core grant funding at $130,000 a year, the Gray Bears Healthy Food Program delivers bags of produce to over 4,100 senior households each and every week, 1,200 of them homebound. At our on-site Gray Bears Market, over 2,000 people a month shop for food at no cost, which Gray Bears recovers from local farms and grocery stores, also extending the life of the county's landfill. At our Chanticleer location this year, we will serve more than 60,000 hot meals to people who might not have another meal that day, a growing 20% of whom report experiencing housing instability or homelessness. Our core grant application this year proposed to grow our already impactful program by 25%, laser focusing on residents in zip codes with the lowest incomes, people of color, and the highest food insecurity to yield the greatest impact in the county. Instead, the proposed elimination of any funding for Gray Bears would cut our current food purchasing budget by half. Think of that impact in our community. The right strategic action for your board to take is to support Gray Bears program growth to keep pace with the county's exploding senior population. We respectfully request a minimum of $150,000 per year of the program to maintain the status quo. But $350,000 would provide for the proposed expansion in all but our food recovery program. Further, we suggest that your board direct staff to take a step back and assess whether leaving basic needs up to the chance every 3 years is the best way to optimize the health of Santa Cruz County residents. As you know,
thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to cut you off.
I employ you to feed the bears.
Yahoo.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Wong. I am a program director at Gray Bears for our Healthy Food Program. I've been there for 5 years. And at the start of my career at Gray Bears was right during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, I had over 60 seniors come in every week. And despite all the threats of the COVID, of anything that was going to happen to them, they came in week after week as an essential service that was deemed essential by the county to come and feed the community. And not only did they feed seniors, they also fed the victims of the CZU fires, which we opened up to the entire community. And we started to feed the entire community of those people that weren't able to cook in their homes. And we continue to do that. We're serving over 4,000 meals every month to anybody that needs it, whether you're a senior or not. What that has become is a great community of intergenerational people that all help each other. Seniors that are in need of houses being fixed can find a friend in our lunchroom that will help them do that. This is something that is going to continue whether or not it gets funding, but with your help, with this discretionary funding, it'll only just get better and really help us in this time of need. So in this really difficult decision for you all, I'd really like for you to consider that you will eventually become a gray bear in the future, and really think about that and how you would want to be treated in the future. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Gross. I'm a resident of Aptos. I've worked at Gray Bears since February of 2012, and my job title has changed a lot over the years, but my role has been to coordinate the delivery of the food to the 4,000 or more or less seniors weekly through our healthy food program with the help of 90 volunteer drivers. Over the last 12 years or so, I've heard countless stories from seniors who do not have enough money, food, housing, social interaction. While we live in an affluent community, many people are still out there just getting by or not. Our job at Gray Bears is basic. Food is what we do. Through our healthy food program that you may know as the Brown Bag program, seniors get 8 or so items in a bag delivered each week. For some, this would be everything that they eat that week. These items have gone up in price immensely, as we all know. We all eat. Many seniors we support really do have to choose. Will I eat or have heat? Put gas in the car? How do I afford a new tire? We serve 4,000 seniors a week, a quarter of those homebound because of medical issues or transportation issues. They cannot get food otherwise. The letters of thanks we get are sweet and many. I find so wonderful when somebody takes the time just to write and say thanks for what you do. But many say, I would not be here without you. I would not have any food if it were not for Gray Bears. I had to choose what to do this week, my electric bill or medication. We hear the struggles of our community, your constituents, and they're tired and hard-pressed to survive. Many we serve have no other family for support. We are an essential service. During COVID, our director checked with the county, and we were told, yes, indeed, please keep distributing the food. You are an essential service. Even the very basic essentials, we do not covered funds in our stores and recycling. The money would not be enough. We will have to ask for funds to help expand our services. We really need at least a third of that just to offer this basic level of food for the seniors we serve. This is why we're here today.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Carol Childers. I have been with Meals on Wheels now as an assistant program manager and a meal site manager for 30 and a half years. Time's flying. But what we're seeing now is a real uptick in people with food insecurities. When I go back to work this afternoon, I have 5 new people I need to call and assess. Well, with budget cuts, I don't want to be the one that has to prioritize until 1 or 2 of those people on that list. I'm sorry, but we can't serve you. I'm seeing more people, excuse me, with serious health issues, from traumatic brain injuries, people that are on oxygen, people that can't cook for themselves. I saw a woman yesterday with MS. She cannot lift a pot and put it on her stove anymore. So she is looking to us to help her get a balanced meal. She also happens to live downtown. There's only one grocery store nearby where she can successfully get to in her motorized wheelchair. So food insecurities, increasing health issues, they are impacting our seniors. And we do need very much to continue to feed these folks so that they're not worried. They are and have been for some time making those determinations. It's like, well, do I pay the bill right now or do I eat? And with food prices increasing, it's only worsening for our folks. So please, I encourage you, please continue with the funding for Meals on Wheels. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nora Caruso, co-director at the Santa Cruz Toddler Care Center. Thanks in part to a decades-long partnership with you, the Toddler Center has been successfully providing affordable, high-quality childcare for low-income families with 1- and 2-year-olds for almost 50 years. We also provide wraparound services such as parent support and education, home visits by qualified providers, and organic vegetarian meals cooked on site. Providing childcare for toddlers is 3 times more expensive than preschoolers due to the low teacher-child ratio mandated by the state. This is why the amount of money that it costs to provide this care is more than families can afford to pay. I understand that it's the intention of CORE to no longer provide consistent funding to any agency and rather to try to spread out funds to multiple new agencies. This is short-sighted, as nonprofits can't continue to provide services without consistent funding. It's just not sustainable. Consistently funding organizations with good track records makes good sense. I resent that community program funding was called an entitlement. It was always competitive, and we always successfully reported quarterly, 4 times every year, having met all of our agreed upon goals. In terms of lessons learned, I've attended all of the meetings, and childcare was almost always recognized as having been abandoned last cycle and recognized as an essential service for our community. It's also important to note that our partnership with CORE and community programs was always significant, but was never our primary income stream. We've always relied on multiple private donors, seemingly endless fundraisers, and both private and public grants. This cycle, we received high scores on our application, but you, our elected officials, won't even get to look at it because, as we were told, only those scoring a perfect 100 in our category would be forwarded to for your consideration. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for your time and service. I'm a Santa Cruz City resident from District 3, a parent of a 2-year-old and a doctor in OBGYN. I'm urging you to consider the Santa Cruz Toddler Care Center for CORE funding. My family was on the wait list for daycares in this area for 10 months. I had to go down to part-time and tell my pregnant patients I couldn't take care of them because I had no one to care for my child. I've been through several nannies who had to move out of the area. My house is too small for an au pair. We don't have family here. We had exhausted all of our options short of moving out of Santa Cruz. I desperately sent many messages to Toddler Care Center and other qualified daycares explaining that if I can't find childcare, I can't take care of my patients. And when you all are waiting to see your doctor and you can't get an appointment, know that the lack of childcare could be a reason your doctor is not available. Childcare is essential. This is one of the examples of the ripple effect that a lack of childcare can have on your community. Thankfully, after 10 months of waiting, Toddler Care Center answered my call. They need the CORE funding so that parents can do their jobs. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Dana Wagner. I am the director of the Meals on Wheels program, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appeal for the discretionary funding for Meals on Wheels. I cannot say it better than the hundreds of seniors and volunteers that have called, written, and sent you messages encouraging you to fund Meals on Wheels. But I will read you just a few comments that we have received recently. Food, companionship, friends. For some people, it's their only healthy meal of the day. We're struggling as it is. Please support Meals on Wheels. Please do not take funding away from Meals on Wheels. It's tough enough to be old in this culture. Meals make it easier. Nutritious food, companionship, fun. Please do not cut Meals on Wheels programming. A lot of seniors depend on this. Some, it's their only meal. Thank you. Nosotros necesitamos este programa. Gracias por su ayuda. Que Dios lo bendiga. Meals on Wheels serves 180,000 meals a year to seniors in our community, hundreds of families in your district. I urge you to please support Meals on Wheels with your discretionary funding. And at best, please to follow the process that was outlined. If we are going to follow this CORE process, that Meals on Wheels received one of the highest scoring scores with CORE, and we recommend that you follow that with the discretionary funding. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you all for your service. I don't want to be in your shoes because it's a really hard decision to make. But my name is Yadira Flores. I am a community mobilization leader with County Park Friends and also serve the First District County's Commission of Latino Affairs. Thank you for recommending funding for a collective impact initiative, PACRX, Santa Cruz County, under the health environment's conditions for the very first time ever. Last year, I stood before you to advocate to include health environments as a funded condition, and you did. So thank you so much. Through my work, I see the value of access to the outdoors for our community. You may assume that everyone in our community can easily access to nature, resources we hold dearly, but that is not true. Due to economic, language, culture, and other many barriers that we cannot mention, many of our neighbors have no idea that our beautiful beaches, parks, and trails are open to the public access, much less how to support the children and youth to connect with nature. Think of the missed opportunities for health, connection, learning, and joy. PACRX Santa Cruz County train medical providers to prescribe healthy, active, and outdoor activities such as family hikes, swim lessons, soccer, and more. It targets precious funds to those who can benefit most for our future. Thank you so much for having PACRX in the consideration. It's a very meaningful for our community that we serve and like that. Thank you so much.
Good day, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for all you do. My name is Mariah Roberts. I'm Executive Director of County Park Friends. Thank you for recommending funding under healthy environments. It's the first time ever that funding has been recommended directly under that and allocated. And our sector partners throughout the sector have advocated to recognize our value to health and equity, and you acted. Thank you. The climate crisis is here. The time is now. Thank you. PACRX Santa Cruz County is a collective impact initiative that includes Salud para la Gente, Santa Cruz Community Health, County Public Health, our local park agencies, and ourselves at County Park Friends. Here's an example of how this plays out in the real world. Many families cannot afford, say, swim lessons. So their children never become water safe, nor experience health or joy of our creeks, pools, and beautiful bay. These same youth will statistically have higher rates of drowning, obesity, depression, and anxiety. With water deemed a danger, they are unlikely to blossom into the marine biologists, park rangers, ocean advocates, or our climate crisis demands. And as an antidote, this year alone, PACRX Santa Cruz County providers, trained medical providers prescribed, and then we funded and delivered Learn to Swim series for 145 youth. Patients of Santa Cruz Community Health, much less many of the other programs. 145 youth who will not see water as a danger and who may go on to be those leaders that we all need. It's just one small example of the change you're investing in. Thank you for recognizing the value of connecting everyone to our natural world.
Hi, I'm Aries Bartel, and I work at the Volunteer Center in the Empowered Aging Division. So I would like to talk about the ramifications of the recommendation not to fund low-cost prevention programs for seniors, despite the fact that seniors are the most quickly expanding population demographic in our county. With the expansion of numbers of seniors in our county comes the expansion of challenges that this population faces. Our division provides fall prevention, transportation, grocery shopping, home repairs, connection and engagement through volunteerism, and most importantly, a community for seniors who feel vulnerable, and in fact are vulnerable. With cuts to the program funding, staff and hours could be reduced, which will reduce our ability to serve this population. Our division was created specifically for a need in this area, and as our elderly population increases, the need for service does as well. This affects more than the elderly community, though. If our funding is not restored, I could face losing my job. There are hundreds of participants that my program covers services for. If I lose my job, my participants will not be able to get this life-saving help. On a personal note, the Volunteer Center is one of the only places where I, as a transgender individual, have felt safe in my working environment, and that's valuable to me. My colleague Lisa has a 13-year-old son at Aptos High School. She could also face losing her job. We're scared for the future of our program and how it will impact our participants, our staff, our community, the whole safety net. I do want to acknowledge how difficult this core process has been and thank you guys for your excellent work on it. But I would like to advocate for a delay in decision making until February and to come back with information specifically about how these cuts affect our seniors, the population, and staff, and how many jobs will be lost to this. And I'd also like all unallocated funding to go into offsetting these cuts because the cuts are so large. Thank you.
Buenos días, gracias por su tiempo. Mi nombre es Andrea y tengo 2 niños que participan en el programa de Semillitas. Les quiero dar las gracias porque gracias a ustedes los niños van a tener un mejor futuro y una mejor educación. Gracias por apoyar este programa y gracias.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maggie Pena. I am a Santa Cruz District 3 resident. I am an advocate, artist, community organizer, and I'm very proud to be a part of the LGBTQ+ community. I am the Senior Manager of Wellbeing Programs at the Diversity Center. The Santa Cruz County Equity Statement highlights a transformative commitment to fostering support, dignity, and belonging to individuals of every status. To truly live into this statement, we must address the systemic barriers that continue to harm LGBTQ+ people. In 2022-2025, CORE invested in the Diversity Center. The Diversity Center has been serving the community for over 30 years. And for the first time, Santa Cruz County invested in our work. I personally provide LGBTQ+ trainings to educators, to allies, to organizations. Last year alone, because of your investment in our work, we reached over 600 people, many of whom were receiving core funding. This impact can be powerful, yet without core funding, our ability to create an affirming space in our community is compromised. I've experienced and witnessed discrimination in Santa Cruz here as a mixed race and LGBTQ+ person. I've witnessed children be called slurs in school by other children because of their race, their gender identity, and their sexual orientation. Discrimination, both structural and interpersonal, impacts the well-being of our community. Many LGBTQ+ people avoid recreation spaces because of fear for discrimination and safety. This is why the Diversity Center's work is so important. Allyship requires more than words and actions. You're flying a rainbow flag behind you. What I'm asking for is allyship, to live into your equity statement and to ensure that every resident have access to safe, healthy environments.
Time of death, 11:40. I want to say good morning. Thank you so much. I know that this decision and that you're going to be hearing a lot from your constituents today. And so I want to show some gratitude for that. At the same time, at 9 a.m. when we started this meeting today, approximately 200 LGBTQ+ people have attempted suicide, 70% which were successful. I say this to you as a graduate student at UCSC. I'm currently getting my PhD in developmental psychology, where I study LGBTQ+ identity development. I'm also incredibly proud to work for the Santa Cruz Diversity Center as a graduate student researcher, where I study our data, our evaluations, both quantitative and qualitative. So I'm very familiar with both your constituents and our community member affiliates and how they are experiencing their moments here in Santa Cruz. It's vital and so important that the core funding and the discretionary funds that you have are going to support these services. We serve age ranges all the way from 5 to 105. When we are providing these services and being able to offer this, we're not just talking about saving lives. We're talking about improving wellness, about providing community, we're about being able to give opportunity and access to people who've never had it, including myself. I'm not an original California resident. I'm from Virginia, very small rural Appalachian town. And I witnessed firsthand what it's like to not have resources, to have misinformation, narrow-mindedness in school and community centers and affiliates. And the devastation and the pain I can go through is not something I would wish upon anyone, including the Santa Cruz community here, who is abundant. We have a gorgeous and thriving community. We're about to celebrate 50 years of Santa Cruz pride. And so it is so vital that the way in which you walk your values when we talk about equity and inclusivity is matched in the way that you choose to allocate funding. And I understand it's a difficult process. I understand that you have so many community constituents who are begging and are imploring you to be able to make decisions. And I want to add my voice into that. The LGBTQ plus community, especially in current modern times, is going through an increased level of hate speech and violence against them. And you have an opportunity to be able to correct that. Thank you so much for your time.
Actually, I wish I could give Zach another one of my minutes. I just want to say to you, Marilee Robinson, I live in the 5th district, but I've lived in many districts in Santa Cruz County, and there's not many counties in this country that I could wear this jacket today and not feel safe. And I do feel safe here. It's the reason I moved here from Santa Cruz County or from Santa Clara County 50 years ago. I love this county. I'd love to change this logo to the happiest place on earth because it is. And I'd love to keep it that way. I just want to say, I can't imagine the decision you have to make today, that you're put in that position to allocate this money, and the position you put me in to compete with these wonderful services around you. But if I could make a plea to make it easier for you, the way I view this is by serving the most marginalized, you're serving all of us. As a resident in this county, I can make use of the services that are offered through Gray Bears as a senior citizen, housing. I can tap on many services. The one that's unique is the LGBTQ Diversity Center. It's unique to me. Thank you for your time. God bless you in your decision. I think you did the best you could with the system that you used. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors and staff. My name is Dusty Collier-Worth. I am approaching here to advocate on behalf of the Diversity Center, a place that I am privileged to be a staff member at. Even as we've heard a lot of commentary from others, as well as even recognition from staff that we are going to be entering into an era of chaotic times, LGBTQ plus community is amongst those most threatened now, and their future is uncertain, and we are full of trepidation and fear. You have an opportunity before you to use some of your discretionary fund to fund the vital, life-saving, and life-affirming work of the Diversity Center. If the application came under healthy environments, it could just have easily fallen under any other category that was under consideration from core funding, as every aspect represented through core funding also is housed within the Diversity Center. I also want to make recognition that equity, diversity are values that this board holds to. And I would hope many of you consider yourselves allies to the LGBTQ plus community. Allyship takes action. And the most immediate action that this board can take is to fund the Diversity Center, who has been around for 35 years, largely self-funded. So here's an opportunity to put the equity in and fund the vital work that the Diversity Center does for all of the LGBTQ plus people, their families, and allies of the great county of Santa Cruz. Thank you so much.
Hi there, my name is Melanie Zaragoza. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here to urge prioritizing funding to the Diversity Center, your only local LGBTQ plus center. The Diversity Center provides free and affirming services across the lifespan, including mental health counseling, support groups, well-being workshops, senior luncheons, camping excursions, and so much more. As a cisgender member of the queer community, I acknowledge the privileges I have that help me move through the world. There is no greater way to exercise my privilege than to be here advocating for our queer community. Working in development and communications, I'm in a constant state of asking, defending, and protecting. What I did not expect was the level of healing I would experience working in a queer space. I am an example of someone who wanted to relocate because my well-being was suffering. The culture of the Diversity Center has kept me here working tirelessly for my community and becoming a better, more whole person who is unafraid. There is no better way for the County of Santa Cruz to exercise allyship at the highest level than to endorse and fund your local LGBTQ+ center. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors, and the rest of you. I feel like I'm among friends. Dr. Gail Newell, retired health officer and Santa Cruz County resident, District 5, speaking in support of ongoing county funding for the Diversity Center, if not with a core grant, with other funding. It's a pleasure to be back in chambers this morning as a community member, and I want to take this opportunity to bid a fond farewell to Supervisors McPherson and Friend. Both of you were so supportive of me during difficult COVID years, and it was an honor to work with you during my years as health officer. I think you will all remember those years. I was threatened and harassed for my work. I was very relieved to put those years behind me when I retired just over a year ago. Since my retirement, I've sought out ways to serve our community, and one of those is on the board of directors for the Diversity Center. Just a few weeks ago in this role, I received another death threat. My wife and I had just finished volunteering at the Diversity Center's senior luncheon in Watsonville, and then I received a call from the sheriff's office telling me that the explosives investigations unit was at my home and needed to get inside to inspect for a bomb. They had received an email entitled, "We will kill you." The email named the Diversity Center and my home as the two sites where explosives had been planted. And the email made clear that this was in response to my work with the LGBTQ community. Fortunately, no explosives were found at either location, but the resulting fear and trauma is very real for me and for the greater LGBTQ community. I'm telling this story to drive home the point that even in our open-minded, open-hearted community of Santa Cruz, the LGBTQ+ community is at growing risk. In an era of increased anti-LGBTQ legislation, as well as increased violence, the resources at the Diversity Center are critical in establishing safety for our most marginalized community members. Thank you.
Three years ago, I stood before you asking to be included in, have the Diversity Center included in core funding. I was a brand new executive director leading an organization that post-COVID had a lot of challenges. For the first time, Santa Cruz government funded us in a meaningful way. And we took your funding and we ran with it. We launched a free LGBTQ+ mental health clinic. We reoriented ourselves as a well-being center and launched powerful programming that far surpassed previous efforts. We held talent justice as a top priority and finally hired full-time, benefited, and deeply talented individuals, the next generation of LGBTQ+ leadership. You have heard a lot about seniors and meals. There are also a lot of youth initiatives being recommended for funding. We also feed seniors and have robust weekly older adult programming. We also serve youth. We offer numerous events, programs, and support groups. The county's own community health assessment identifies mental health as a huge issue for LGBTQ+ children that are being bullied and many times facing verbal abuse. We also provide workforce readiness. We are a training site for student therapists wishing to specialize in LGBTQ+ mental health.
We also work in South County with great appreciation, as evidenced by recent awards from PVPSA and Pajaro Valley Community Health Trust. Though we could have applied under any of those pillars, we chose healthy environments that kept us whole and allowed us to remain multi-generational. We did not understand that healthy environments would only receive 8% of the available resources, essentially not funded. Do not underestimate the importance of having a vibrant, brilliant LGBTQ center. It's more important now than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker speaks, I'd just like to ask, how many people do we have online who are interested in speaking on this item roughly?
We have 2 speakers online.
2 speakers online. Okay. I just want to be mindful and respectful of the fact that all of you have spent so much time coming here today. I know that Supervisor Koenig is going to have to leave at 1 and we're at about 11:45. So I'm going to reduce the comment time down to 1 minute just so we can get through everybody and we can make a decision and allow Supervisor Koenig to be a part of this decision that we're going to make here today. So if you can come forward, we're going to reduce the comment time to 1 minute and hopefully we can get through everybody in the next 15 minutes and move on to action and deliberation. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rosa Andrade, and I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for Semillitas Ventures. And I am here to express my gratitude for the continuous consideration of the core funding for Semillitas. Through Semillitas, we have noticed a rise in college expectations and aspirations among the families we support. One parent commented, "I think it's amazing. It's an amazing program, and I am grateful for the funds that will go towards my son's future. Thank you." Another parent said, "Gracias a este programa, mi hijo podrá tener una ayuda en su futuro." At community events, some parents have remarked, "I wish this program would have been available when I was a child." This sentiment highlights the significant impact and value that our program brings to the community, emphasizing the positive changes it is fostering for the future generations. Your dedication for this funding genuinely transforms our community, paving the way for a bright future for the next generations. I urge the board to continue supporting Semillitas. Your commitment to this program is a commitment to the future and success and well-being to our community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brenda Howdigi, and I am a Santa Cruz County resident, District 1, as well as Semillitas Program Coordinator with Ventures. I am here today to express my support and appreciation for CORE's continued funding of Semillitas. Semillitas is a community gift and investment in all Santa Cruz County newborns, and thanks to CORE funding, this has equated to over 10,000 college savings account gifts for our community. Currently, over 60% of these families are medical eligible families, and over 50% of these families have an annual income of under $40,000. As we know, the cost of college can be a huge burden for a lot of families and even put this dream out of reach for others. With the continued support of CORE, Semillitas will be able to continue its goal of building expectations for higher education for all county babies. College savings accounts help build the aspiration. In our recent annual survey, we found that over 88% of parents aspire for their child to complete a bachelor's degree or higher. So thank you for your continued support of Semillitas and for your investment in Santa Cruz County's youth. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Lisa Berkowitz, current board member of the Seniors Council. First, I want to thank you for providing some of the critical needs of seniors in the various options that staff proposed for set-aside funding, particularly those that will be providing meals and health care for seniors. However, so many of the agencies that were not funded have provided essential services for over 50 years, such as Gray Bears, the Second Harvest Food Bank, Cedar Network Services, the Volunteer Center. Delaying the final decisions regarding additional funding needed until January will at least give the opportunity to objectively explore other funding options. Secondly, it'll allow for incoming supervisors to hear from their new senior constituents and understand the need for those basic essential services. And lastly, explore what will be the results of the proposed cuts and the resulting changes in available services that will be affecting their constituents.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is
thank you.
There you go. Good morning. My name is Jose Mendoza Torres. I come here on behalf of my neighborhood consisting of Little Way, Dutchman, Cunningham, and Tremblay. We're here specifically for the project Rehabilitation Zone in APN 05-341-13. The main concern of our community is the fact that they're planning on building more houses.
I think this is the next item.
Oh, this is the next item?
Yeah. Sorry.
If I continue, just
No, we got to get through this one. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Heather Burquez, and I'm one of the co-executive directors at the Santa Cruz Toddler Care Center. Thank you for the time that you're taking to listen to us. The Santa Cruz Childhood Advisory Council's 2023 strategic plan noted that Santa Cruz County has a shortfall of 2,971 infant toddler childcare spaces. To put that into perspective, the Santa Cruz County Housing for Health Partnership reported that 1,850 people are experiencing homelessness. People experiencing homelessness is an issue that the county and the city have identified as critical and have made a focus by carving out funds in the core funding process. Yet more people are experiencing the lack of childcare, and yet not one childcare organization is being recommended for core funding. Not only is there a shortfall of childcare spaces, there is a lack of affordable childcare. On average in Santa Cruz County, childcare is $2,000 to $4,000 a month.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Morning, supervisors. My name is Tom Eagle. I'm a property owner in an unincorporated area just north of Scotts Valley. Professionally, I am a management consultant with a doctorate in behavioral modeling, and I serve as president of the board of directors of the Volunteer Center of Santa Cruz County. I'm here today to respectfully request that you defer the approval of the recommended core funding allocations. I believe it is imperative for the county, your staff, and the board to thoroughly evaluate the trade-offs of reducing funds for existing programs that have demonstrated proven impacts on our community versus allocating resources to recommended programs that may have more uncertain impacts. The consequences of cutting funds to existing programs must be carefully considered. Equally important is assessing the potential benefits and risks, including the uncertain impact on the community of the recommended new initiatives.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lori Egan. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Watershed Council. Through this core process with a near perfect score of 98, CWC demonstrated the strong value of our Watershed Rangers environmental education program, our strong track record of engaging hundreds of kids from frontline communities who otherwise would not have the opportunity to get outdoors to improve their science skills and their social emotional development, research and evidence-based impacts of environmental education programs that impact youth for a lifetime. This program has been funded in the past 2 core cycles and received a near perfect score, yet we did not receive funding. In your attachment B, table 3, you can see that had CWC applied in any other tier or any other category with this score, we would have been funded. And the kids, the schools, the families, and the teachers who rely on this program would have access to it for another 3 years. As you consider...
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Lee Dubois, Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Santa Cruz County. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the 1,200 youth served annually by our academic success programs and to request continued support for our Project Learn initiative. This is an evidence-based program developed by Boys and Girls Clubs of America to address the inequity in educational outcomes of youth living in low-income households by providing academic support during out-of-school time. Our local efforts have received uninterrupted funding since the CORE's initiative launch, and we know it works. More than 81% of our club kids report receiving mostly A's and B's in school and have higher attendance rates than their non-club peers. I urge you to allocate additional funding to support academic success of our young people and thus their future well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Reverend Beth Love with Eat for the Earth. And I want to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors, the City Council, and all parties concerned for funding Eat for the Earth in the current 3-year cycle. We have, with your support, been able to help marginalized people in our community radically alter their health for the better, and indeed have helped people get on a track for a longer, healthier life instead of an early death with many years of disability. We are recommended for funding again in the next round, but I must say that we are not entirely celebrating the outcome. We think the process is not a good process, to say the least, that it's brutal for all concerned, whether or not we have been funded. Just the process of starting from square one every 3 years, and then the really great outcomes that we had that exceeded the contractual things in our scope of work, that didn't even count. So this is too brutal for staff, for the Board of Supervisors, for the community. I urge you to find more money somewhere to fund some of these valuable programs.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joshua Pastone. I'm representing Santa Cruz Barrios Unidos. Many of you guys know that Barrios Unidos has been in this community for over 47 years. Hundreds of people line up for food each week at our doors. We hold community events that give community members a sense of belonging in our neighborhood. Families come to our site every week crying to us that their children are going to be absorbed by gangs and drug addiction. We change the lives of youth, and those youth go on to change the lives of 10 more people. So an investment in Barrios Unidos would turn over tenfold. We're a staple in this community. People are scared right now given this political climate, and we're facing an overwhelming overload of people coming to us scared that they're going to be deported, that their children are going to face harsher sentences in court. So I encourage the board to partner with us so that we can continue to help families.
Good morning, and thank you for all that you're doing.
You can pull the microphone to your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you for all that you're doing. I know it's a really difficult job. I've been with Santa Cruz Barrios Unidos going on 24 years. And a few things that I've noticed is that we basically do a 360. And this is one of the places that Santa Cruz has that is run not only by a Native American, Mexican American, but also that utilizes the culture of the Native American and indigenous practices that a lot of people resonate with. We have people coming to us who are afraid to go to the county for help. We had vaccinations at our place because they were too afraid to come to the county. And we help to try to bridge that as well. And the other thing is that a lot of places that do get funding send a lot of their youth to us because they don't know how to handle them. And we were there for COVID, never stopped, and we continue to be there. We don't turn anybody away.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Cristal Gonzalez, and I serve as the Semillitas Director at Ventures. I'm here today to express my strong support for the recommendation to approve the next round of core grant funding. Thanks to the previous core funding, Semillitas has already opened over 10,000 college savings accounts for newborns across Santa Cruz County. With this new round of core funding, Semillitas is poised to reach an additional 6,000 Medi-Cal eligible households. Semillitas aims to ensure that every child in Medi-Cal eligible households across the county has up to $500 in their savings accounts by the age of 5. Semillitas is a collective effort to address inequities and create opportunities for every child regardless of their background. Through our partnerships, we also connect families to essential resources like wellness checks, dental visits, parenting classes, and financial literacy workshops. Semillitas embodies the belief that every child deserves the opportunity to succeed. Core funding makes this vision possible, and we're incredibly grateful for your continued support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I was saddened to learn that the Diversity Center's funding was at risk. As many others have mentioned, there are lots of reasons why the county needs a diversity center. It wasn't until my oldest child came out as trans and I needed support and understanding of the transitioning process and frankly, the vocabulary of the LGBTQ plus community she was now communicating with me with. That I understood what a diversity center was, why it was important, and so forth. It was through the Diversity Center I was able to find the support and education I needed to help my child and other family members with this process. Furthermore, it is my understanding that Santa Cruz County has historically relied on the Diversity Center to hold the lead for LGBTQ plus issues and public representation, resulting in Santa Cruz County not needing to establish an LGBTQ plus service department like other counties. Therefore, funding the Diversity Center will save the county money in other areas of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Amy. They asked me to come today. I'm one of the drivers. I deliver 100, sometimes 135 bags every week. Well, almost every week. And I do that when I'm not working for Habitat, as Bruce and some of you know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Karen Delaney, Volunteer Center. I'm going to talk real fast. These pain that you're hearing about are not inevitable. They are by choice. And you have time to get a little bit of information to make a better choice. For example, we were recommended for new program funding. 95%, it's a number you picked. I would rather have 75% of new program to backfill cuts and do more good. Transition planning, when 80% of current funded programs are recommended for elimination, transition planning means deciding which of your folks to kick out of our programs and which staff to lay off. That is putting process instead of people. You could also ask for a report back of what's in the budget for consultants next year for core projects, because maybe that money's better spent actually helping people. You could ask for an analysis of how many jobs are lost. You don't have that data, and you're asking us to kick people out of services without knowing how many jobs are lost or whether money could be used better. Please take the time to take our folks seriously.
Thank you so much. All right, you're going to be the last person in chambers to speak, and then we'll go online and we'll bring it back to the board. So go ahead.
Clay Kemp, Executive Director for the Seniors Council Area Agency on Aging. And we're also going through an RFP right now for about $2 million of senior services. A couple of you are on our advisory council and are familiar with that. And a couple more of you probably will be in the future. Imagine if as staff that I came to you and said, we want to fund programs that provide boat trips for seniors out on the ocean. Sounds like great fun. You can be the leader of it. We want to fund programs that lecture seniors about how to eat their vegetables. And we want to fund programs that teach seniors how to surf. But in order to do that, we're going to defund Meals on Wheels. We're going to defund the food bank. We're going to defund nursing home protection. We're going to defund senior legal services, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully you would tell me no and tell me to come back with more information, or at least have a further analysis and discussion about that. Your staff right now is telling you to do exactly that. Everything I just described is in this recommendation. Please reconsider and delay this action.
All right, we'll go online to see if there's any online speakers who'd like to speak to us on this item.
Yes, Chair, we have callers. Brenda, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Gutierrez, Community Mobilization Leader with County Park Friends. I also serve District 4 on the county's Commission on Disabilities. I am here to express my thanks for your recommended funding for Park Rex Santa Cruz County through the Collective Impact Initiative. We serve hundreds of patients from our local federally qualified health clinics each year. Personally, I serve as a patient intake program specialist for Park Rex Santa Cruz County. I speak directly with the patients after the medical provider sends their prescription. I hear many barriers, questions, and fears, aspirations parents have for their children and themselves. This is an excellent program that a lot of families have expressed their value and something that will benefit them for the rest of their lives. We know there are many excellent initiatives that applied for funding, but this is a very competitive process. So on behalf of those patients we serve, we are grateful. Thank you so much.
John, your microphone is now available.
Hey guys, very tough decision. What I would like to point out is you guys can change anything you want right now. So you can fund any of these orgs, you can pick any sort of funding structure you want. You have total regulatory powers over this money, not just the 800,000. You could just do it all. And whatever you do, you need to make a decision right now. Our county is facing incredible budget issues. I don't even know how to describe it because everyone seems very calm and we're very, very poor. And it's about to get very, very bad with repayments from FEMA and all these other things. This is the easiest decision you guys have to make as far as the budget decisions you're going to make over the next couple of years. You have two incumbents who are leaving office. This is your moment to just like make this hard decision, pull the trigger, make your choices and live with them. Thank you.
Caller user 2, your microphone is now available.
Ralph Nader put it well. The challenge is the structural domination of the corporate state. And Martin Luther King Jr. years ago expressed similar. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on war than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. Where is our taxpayer money going overall? About half of it goes to the military industrial big pharma complex. When I taught for 30 years, I had a bumper sticker on my car. It will be a great day when the schools have all the money they need and the Air Force has to have a bake sale to buy a bomber.
Thank you so much.
We could fund everything.
Julian, your microphone is now available.
Hi there. I applaud the investments you're making in homelessness, but I'm here to speak because the cuts you're making today will exacerbate housing insecurity. For far too many of the neighbors that you've heard from today, the difference between sleeping in a home and the street is one bad paycheck or unexpected costs. And those of us on the cliff of housing insecurity are juggling on a unicycle. Every day we decide which bills to delay and which to pay, which needs to take care of, and which go unfulfilled. We pick between paying for food or childcare, between healthcare or our housing. And for seniors on fixed incomes, these sudden expenses have dramatic impacts. The budget you approve and the grants you approve will help us or push us closer to homelessness. If you force us to turn down shifts so we can take care of our children or ask homebound seniors to choose between eating and rent, you will push us one step closer to being unhoused. I ask that you contemplate whether the process that you've chosen considers the value of the services you are about to cut, and that you take efforts through discretionary funding to ensure these services are preserved. Thank you.
We have one more caller. This may be a repeat speaker.
Okay.
Caller user 2, your microphone's now available.
I think you cut me off after 1 minute.
We've reduced comment to 1 minute, so thank you very much for calling in. So no further speakers? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
We do have one more, actually.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Danu Sheck, and I'm here today asking you to consider essential core funding for NAMI Santa Cruz County through your set-aside discretionary funding. In Santa Cruz County, more than half of middle and high school students report persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness, and suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people ages 10 to 24. The U.S. Surgeon General has warned that we're in an epidemic of loneliness, that parents are overburdened by toxic stress, and that the youth mental health crisis is the defining public health challenge of our time. NAMI's zero-cost, low-barrier, peer-led bilingual services offer a crucial inroad for families to seek help. In the last fiscal year, NAMI's free services benefited more than 6,600 youth and caregivers, and without core funding, thousands of youth and caregivers are at risk of losing essential life-saving mental health services through NAMI. Thank you for your time.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we can have some action. Supervisor Koenig.
Sure, I'll just begin with a few comments. I mean, my biggest issue with this process today, first of all, actually, I should say thank you to staff. You have done what we asked you to do. Done a lot of work for us to get to this point. My biggest issue with the process today is that, it's called collection of results and evidence-based investments. We as a board have no evidence and no results to look at when making these decisions. Now, that's not to say it's not there. It's in the applications. It's in the forthcoming information about how the programs did in the last round, how well they delivered on those results, but we don't have it in front of us today. All we have is these ratings by folks who, did a great job. But as far as I can tell, half of them haven't been in the county for more than 2 years. Don't necessarily, they weren't around when the last core awards were given. And we're ultimately we're considering these applications individually. They weren't considering how to create a safety net. And if you need evidence of that, it's pretty darn simple. A lot of people have mentioned it. There's a no funding for basic food, and there's no funding for childcare in this package of recommended investments. That's not a safety net. And so that means it's the board's job to consider how we create a safety net, but we cannot do that effectively today because we have no results and we have no evidence. And so I hear the urgency on trying to get this done, but even if there's no more analysis, and Director Morris, you said, sorry, we've really done all the analysis we can on this. Okay, fine, don't do any more analysis. Just give us the hard data. Okay, so if it's not, I'd like to see the whole applications. If it's not that, I did have a chance to review an application thanks to one of the applicants sharing theirs with me. First of all, I think we could ask applicants if they have any problem sharing their applications because yes, we understand when it comes to the board, it comes into the public sphere and could be seen by anyone. Okay, fine. Ask people if they're okay with sharing the full application. And if not, we need at least the basic information of how many people are going to be served, how well, how much. It's in our contracts as a county with our contractors. It's in these contracts. We need that basic level of information to create a good safety net. And I think we owe that to the community as well. If we're going to make these hard decisions, right? Again, the principle of results and evidence-based practice is that while everyone might not be happy with the outcome, at least we can understand it. And we're just not there today. Timing. Okay, I understand, last time we made this decision, it was June for July awards. We've done a lot better with this time around. We're a little ahead of the ball. Now, I don't think we can squander all the time till June, but I do think that we can have a little bit more time, at least to make sure this information is at our fingertips when we're making the decisions. I would personally also you categorized the applications based on what the board asked you to do. I think I'm not sure if it's entirely the appropriate categorizations. I would like to see the applications categorized by Maslow's need hierarchy, for one. There's aspirational investments, and then there's just investments that are going to keep people alive. And frankly, at the end of the day, I need to be able to go back to every one of my constituents, folks who have been paying the county their property taxes because they believe that's an investment in their basic infrastructure. And we're saying, no, it's that we're falling behind on the basic infrastructure, but we do need to make these social investments as well. Every one of these core investments needs to pass the straight face test of why it was that much more important than their road. We're going to get a lot of angry emails about roads. And to do that, I think, again, we need some understanding of how essential these services are. And I think a categorization based on Maslow's needs hierarchy would be helpful. I have one question, which is, and I think you kind of answered this, the money that we allocated, the $1.5 million for shelter in South County homelessness funds, are any of the programs that applied to the core process eligible to somehow apply for that money for the South County portion, or is it different vendor pool, different process?
If I understand your question, you're narrowing it to the $500,000 South County Prevention Fund. Am I hearing that?
I assume it sounds like the shelter money is.
Yeah, so all 1.5 million will go to community-based organizations, 1 million equally spread between the North County City of Santa Cruz, the Mid-County and the South County City of Watsonville, pending City of Watsonville activities as base funding per the board action. The $500,000 prevention fund for South County specifically is through the vendor pool process, and every organization that is applied to core funding is eligible to enter that vendor pool. And the Housing for Health Partnership has triggered an announcement to invite. So there's a current vendor pool, but everyone has been triggered to be invited to join the vendor pool. And then that process will play out. And I believe you still sit on that continuum of care. So you would be at that meeting on, I think Chair Cummings is there. So that process would play out, but any CBO could apply for that funding. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
And if I can just take a moment just to clarify what might be a misunderstanding about the panelists. In the board materials, we have percentages of the panelists who reviewed the applications by at least 2 years of experience. That was just kind of a marker. I think we used that because in prior years, the conflict of interest form, which we revised per recommendations, had said that people could not participate on a panel if they had been involved in basically any organization applying for funding in the prior 2 years, or even received benefits in the prior 2 years and related to anybody in the prior 2 years, is very restrictive. That conflict of interest form was simplified. However, as it related to the panelists, I think that's why we just kind of use this marker. But it does not mean that the people who reviewed the applications have only been in the county 2 years. A number of people have maybe born and raised here or been here for for a very long time, either as community members, leaders, or employees. So just to clarify that, I think most people had been here for quite a bit longer. Thanks.
Thank you. Fair point. Again, ultimately, I think the reviewers did a good job, did what they were asked to do. It's just one measure, and really what we haven't had is a consideration of the entire package of investments that this board will need to move forward. And I think that we should ultimately make those decisions and those investments not as sort of an afterthought with our discretionary funds, but ultimately considering all the money. One last thing actually that occurs to me, we've heard from many organizations, if we at least got this much, we could do something significant. And we know, as in our own lives, there's a marginal utility of every dollar. And, you can do a heck of a lot of money with 100,000. Maybe you can't do twice as much with 200,000, but you can do 1,000 times more than you could with zero. So I do think we need to understand from organizations where that inflection point is for them, what those minimums are, or where that they really need to deliver on the services they've outlined here. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion now, or happy to hear other comments first.
Why don't we wait and we'll hear from other board members, but I'll come back to you for that motion when time comes. Okay. With that, I'll go to Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the staff for functionally doing exactly what the board's asked you to do over the last 3 years. And I recognize that some of the comments that were made both before this meeting and during this meeting question some of that, but I just want to recognize the fact that you did exactly what you've been asked to do. I think that the broader issue isn't with the process. The broader issue is with the amount of funding. I think that no one has an issue with the process when everybody's being funded to the amount that they're asking, but when you have a 5X need, and it's actually greater than that, these are just the folks that actually applied, and the available funding is what it is, then questions come in on the process. And has been historically done generally there's less questions about the process for the programs that are funded and more by those that aren't, which is understandable. But I think that we've been through a long time with pre-core to core, where we went from really no process and review to the process that we have today, including a lot of community input, a lot of board input, a lot of revisions that led us to today. So I don't have the same, and I mean, even a grand jury finding that showed that it was a model across the state for how to distribute these kinds of funds. So I think that we won't be able to, and I think that the board shouldn't delude itself into thinking that it can create a model process either from the dais today or anytime really moving forward, because the underlying issue isn't the process. The underlying issue is the funding, the amount of funding that's actually available. Now, we can create a different process, and I think the board has every right and reason to do that. I don't think now's the time to do that. I don't think February is necessarily the time to do that. I think that not acting today and moving forward with the programs that are going to get funded would cause a lot of chaos among these programs. A lot of people would end up getting hurt that are anticipating this funding, and I think that that's what the set-aside funding is for, is to try and help remedy some portion of that today as well. And I think that there would be no way to get this done by the time these contracts were to cancel or to end in next June. And I think a lot of programs that are looking to do important work in our community on everything from homelessness to immigration issues would, if we don't move forward, would be really struggling. So I'm in a tough spot here because I agree with the broad components of what Supervisor Koenig is saying, which is that, and by the way, I'll also say that if those were the very specific priorities of this board, then the board should have actually have said that. I mean, the board could have carved out money repeatedly. The board could have said that some of these safety net things were the top priorities and directed staff to weight them a certain way, and the board didn't do that. I mean, so it seems a little odd that we're this far in the game and we had a competitive process that at least there's an interest in not honoring. So I'm prepared to actually move forward in a different direction, which is to actually move forward with what staff is recommending, at least on the standard core component, and then to use the set aside to try and fill some of those holes for some of the safety net programs that Supervisor Koenig's talking about. I also think that this is a very healthy discussion. And if this is pointing holes in the way that we run this program moving forward, that the appropriate time to do that is in the coming year when we are planning to do that exact review. But I think that I just think it's a fool's errand to think that there's a magic bullet process out there, because these are also different people have different priorities. Different electeds do, different community members, different programs do. So you won't be able to create a process that meets everybody's needs, again, unless you have the underlying funding that would fund literally everything. And so I think that we can create subcommittees. We can, which I received some emails of community members saying that they wanted us to do. We can delay decisions, but I mean, at the end of the day, none of this is really going to be different come February, March, or June of next year. And that is the underlying issue and concern that I would have of doing all those things. I mean, I've been through this a lot, and we've been through this process a lot. Bruce and I have been, Supervisor McPherson and I have been through this a lot, and I've seen these changes. And so if the board has a desire to make modifications to the process, then let's do that. The future board should do that next year. I think that we should move forward with the process that we created and to honor it. And then we should, I mean, personally, I wouldn't have funded some of the things that got funded, but that actually isn't. But there was a process, and so I'm honoring that process, and that's what I think the set aside is for, and that's why I would like to put forward, in the set aside, those recommendations for some of those programs. Actually, some of the specific programs, it sounds like Supervisor Koenig is actually alluding to on food insecurity and some other issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, I want to thank the county staff and for really for facilitating this transparent and really well-balanced process that we asked you to do and you delivered. And I really appreciate that. And I want to thank the organizations who applied 3 times the money that is out there for us to fund. So this is going to be a difficult situation and decision no matter what day or what week and month or year it's going to be made. To put this into a larger perspective, though, I think it's important to remind both the public and the nonprofit community that CORE is but a small part of what we do for health and human services. This county provides $500 million annually through budgets of health and human services and combined, which only 41 million, less than 10%, is from our general fund. And so although each of the community-based programs that applied for core funds are valuable, any notion that the safety net services are going to be destroyed is pretty much a reach, because we've increased this funding for the core process. This Board of Supervisors has done that. Even though $5 million is not going to get close to the $15 million that's being requested. So that means that most of the competitive round of core to date has been made possible for nonprofits historically left out of the community program funding to compete. We narrowed those with the direction of the board. We've narrowed that down to four topic areas. I'm glad that to see that 53%, as I read it, of the support services recommended for core awards as compared to the current core funding will benefit South County, which is an area that has been historically underfunded. I think they took that direction. They saw this is what we need. And I'm glad that to see the one area I think needs deeper investment using the board set aside for emergency funds is improving food and housing insecurity for seniors. We've had 3 public reviews of this process. People have had to really come in to say what they like, what they don't like. The grand jury has called it a role model of transparency. I think now to say, hey, we're going to do better because we have more time to do it. If we wanted to change the process, we should have done it 6 months ago. And we didn't do that. As matter of fact, we said, keep on going with what you're doing, and you've done an excellent job at it. So I too am in a position to make a motion, but I'll hear from Supervisor Hernandez first, but that we approve what has been presented, but then have a separate discussion on the set-asides that in my estimation obviously need to be targeted on food and insecurity, Gray Bears, Meals on Wheels Senior Center, Senior Network Services and Legal Services, the Diversity Center, dentists that have been mentioned, not because they were here today, but because I think those are some of the things that we need to address. And we can do that through the second motion that I would try to present, but at first I'd like to let Supervisor Hernandez make his comments. But our Human Services Department has done what we've asked them to do and narrowed it to the parameter within the parameters we want to address. And I think it's just the right thing to do to approve those things that have been gone through the process and then take further action on another motion with the extra funding that we can apply to these very, very needed programs.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. So I too would like to thank staff for all their work and everyone that participated in getting this to us here today. And I want to make sure that we do continue to get the $500,000 for the unhoused in South County. Especially because, you know, it's well known on the papers that we allotted almost 24 million was given for North County and only 1.3 million for the unhoused in South County. So especially because there's been an increase, 20% increase in South County, while there is a 30% decrease in North County. It makes sense when you follow the money. So I want to make sure that, you know, Watsonville gets the 500,000. Whoever gets it, I don't know. They'll go through an RFP process, but I want to make sure that they do get it because otherwise it's not equity. Back to some of the discussions that we've been having here today. I don't think I want to see this be delayed because we're going to face an insurmountable amount of pressure this following year. You know, we're going to have possibly mass deportations. Cuts to our Medi-Cal, 40%. And so cuts for people that use CalAIM as well, there's going to be cuts. And that's a lot of our county employees that use that, departments that use that. So I don't want to be dealing with these two things at the same time. I recognize the invaluable service provided by all the CBOs that submitted applications to CORE this year. This year, the county received over 100 funding requests totaling 15 million. However, due to the budget constraints we're facing, only 28 programs were approved for funding, amounting to 3.4 million, just over 3.4 million. And that left 72 programs unfunded. It's a total unmet need of over 12.3 million. And to address this gap, the Board of Supervisors has $828,847 to address unmet funding needs. That's the discretionary funds. But even then, this amount still falls significantly short of the 12 million of unfunded requests. I would be also interested in the RFP that went out. Says that that the board can skim 5% from all the awardees for this discretionary need. I would be interested in that if that was in the motion. I think I wanted to ask, my question is I know that we're partnering with Santa Cruz, and I know that they have a specific focus for their awards that they're giving. If you want to explain what Santa Cruz's focus is, but also are we partnering with Watsonville in their social services committee as well? I know they in their strategic plan, they do have a focus on children, youth, and seniors, but I'm just not sure if we've had those discussions with them.
Mindful, I'm sitting next to the former mayor of the city of Watsonville. I want to start with the city of Santa Cruz and what is public information. At the September hearing, we were supposed to go to the Santa Cruz City Council that afternoon, but we got delayed here, and that delayed us going to the city, and so they delayed it 2 weeks. So at their September 24th hearing, they directed the city manager's office to come back today with a staff recommendation to be considered to prioritize childcare. So that's public. Their discretionary money is a lot less, but we know following that direction, and Kimberly and I will be with the city manager staff today, the city manager staff will be saying, here is what are the unfunded childcare applications in CORE if you would like to consider. So we know that is for certain what is going to happen this afternoon. We are prepared, depending on your deliberations and your vote, to, it's possible you could approve the recommended slate of awards and the city of Santa Cruz take a different action. We are going to, as we did this morning, encourage that they accept the recommended awards. That way the money is blended. So that's that. Number two, I do want to respond to your comment about 5%. It is in the board materials, which I understand are voluminous, that if you took that action, that would free up $140,000 of county's contribution to the slate of recommended awards. That would keep action within the parameters of the RFP, but you are not at all beholden to those parameters. I will share with you, at the last RFP, the board seated at the time approved a 10% discretionary swing and actually applied that entire 10% cut to all the grants to have more money. But that's all up to your board. But if you stay within the RFP box, it's 5% would free up another $140,000. And Supervisor Hernandez, I would just generally say we have had conversations since I've been here over the last 5 years. Your former seat as a council member there, Kimberly is a former elected there. And to date, they have not chosen to participate like the city of Santa Cruz. We partner on many, many things, but not specifically here, though we have asked. I hope, is that responding to your questions?
Yes, it does. And so that 141,000 would go to that discretionary funding pool that we have, making it 976,164. If, I think that we probably should do that to meet the unmet needs.
If I'm understanding, as a staff person who recommended you take the first vote of the recommended awards, you could consider adding to cut 5% of all grants and move that to the set aside. That's any of this is up to you. But if I'm hearing you right, that would be the step if you followed our recommendation, which is to go with the recommended award slate and cut 5% to move 5% to the set aside. You would then take the set aside vote second. If that's what I'm hearing,
Yes,
that would line up with the RFP. Yes.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I have a lot to say. I'm going to try to condense it. I do want to start with one question that actually just came up after Supervisor Hernandez mentioned the question around Watsonville and your response saying that Watsonville doesn't put in any funding into core. Given the shift in funding, and I think one of the things that you pointed out was that there's a higher investment in South County in this round of funding. And yet the city of Santa Cruz in North County is putting money into this program. How are we guaranteeing that the money that Santa Cruz is putting in stays within Santa Cruz and serves the people of North County?
So this would in part be dependent upon the city council's action this afternoon and devil in the details in the MOU that would be codified in April if you move forward. If we use the same template that exists today under the current structure when you were city council, what we did under the then city council's direction is the city council, and I remember the meeting, they said they want to fund services in the core slate of recommended awards that A, serve Santa Cruz City only, or B, serve Santa Cruz City and anywhere else, because there was a policy interest as described to me in that vote, you were there, that it's a benefit to not have all the service concentrated in the density of Santa Cruz County. So that vote led to the current slate of awards. The only awards that are not funded by City of Santa Cruz contribution are programs that have no service in the city of Santa Cruz. Conversely, all current core grants funded by City of Santa Cruz contribution fund either programs only in the city or across a region, including the city. So that was the action when you were on council, and that is what lives today. When we are in front of the city council today, if this gets asked, we would say the same thing, but ultimately it's a joint decision by both legislative bodies, and we would codify those details and the materials would come back in April. Is that answering your question? I very specifically remember that conversation because there was a lot of complication, but it was that A and B decision the city council made.
Well, it's up to them at this point.
Right.
So it's, it's one of these things where, hopefully, when they're considering the recommendations that they really try to make sure that that funding is supporting folks in the city, since other jurisdictions are not putting money into this as well. So I have a different take on this process personally. I want to appreciate all the work that's been done by staff, but I actually have found this to be one of the least transparent processes that I've ever had to work in. And I say that because of the fact that throughout this entire process, one of the things that I've been really wanting to get information on is, who are the programs? What are they applying for? What are their scores? In what was released to us recently, we weren't provided the scores of every single program. The only time we were provided scores were in the recommendations that you all gave us in terms of how we could allocate funding for the unrestricted funds. So really what that means is that we're just, having to say, okay, well, these programs were recommended. We don't know what their scores are. We're just going to say, okay, fine, we'll approve them. When we were able to get some information from it, I do want to thank staff that when we were able to reach out over the weekend to get that information, you all provided that to us. But I think one of the challenging things, though, is that members of the public don't have that information. And there's no way. And since we don't have any information on, what the programs are going to provide, who they're going to serve, when we have 2/3 of the programs that were funded in the last cycle getting cut to make way for new programs in this cycle, we have no way of telling them why they got cut. We have no information as to why the reviewers recommended not supporting a program that historically has served our community well for decades. And I see, Meals on Wheels and Gray Bears as two of those examples of those programs. But the notion that we wouldn't support childcare at all, I just can't understand how we would want to make those why we want to move forward right now, knowing that when we are going throughout the community and we're hearing about the basic needs of people in this community, We know that access to food, childcare are some of the top things that people need. And it's not to say that any of the programs in here are all great, but there's some that are critical and there's some that are aspirational. It's like, you know, teaching kids from kindergarten to 5th grade how to cook food is great in concept, but that can't come at the cost of us not feeding seniors. And so I think, and so part of what's been challenging too with this is that, you know, I get back in September, you all were asking for us to recommend carve outs. The problem is that this is the first time we're seeing the applicants. We didn't have any, I went back to the September agenda item. There's no list of applicants and programs or anything in that memo. And so for us to be able to say we want to make specific program carve outs is really challenging for us to do. Plus, it's like if we go and just pick our favorites off a list because we don't have any information about what the program is going to provide, then it's really not an evidence-based decision-making process that we're doing, because we're just literally just randomly picking who we think are good programs and telling you guys to go fund them. And so then what's the point of the process? And so I do think that there is an urgency right now because of the fact that the decision we're making today is to fund programs in our next budget cycle, which doesn't begin until July, which means that there's an opportunity for us right now as board members to get access to the applications, be able to review why some of our most high performing programs in our community were not scored and were not recommended for funding, and to return back at a later date to see how we can at least keep people afloat. And I will say, as a former nonprofit director, we know when you're applying for grants, you shoot for the moon. And sometimes you get there and sometimes you don't, but you can get something that's going to get you to where you can at least be a little whole. And I've had numerous nonprofits reaching out saying, hey, you know what? Can't get the full amount. Can we at least get 50,000? Can we at least get, 100,000? And I think that if we can better understand what will at least keep these people afloat, we can at least try to support them so they don't have massive cuts to these services and programs that have been beneficial to our community for so long. I guess that's pretty much all I have in terms of my comments. I really think that we can get to a win-win. It's not going to be perfect. But I do think that there is an opportunity for us to at least be able to help sustain the programs that have been good partners to us. And I also know, I'm not done yet, because I also want to just highlight that I was really shocked to find that there are programs, for example, we made the carve out on homelessness, and yet at the same time, there are programs that are getting recommended funding for homelessness within this. And my understanding was that we were making those cuts and putting that money into Housing for Health so that these nonprofits wouldn't be competing with other nonprofits for homelessness funding, because we really want to try to do as much as we can with that money. And yet at the same time, we have, youth homelessness response team. I think that's great, but we have another pool of funding where that could go. And that would free up $150,000 for one of the nonprofits who are looking at getting cut. And finally, I just want to say, as it relates to our decision to allocate money towards homelessness, if I remember back and I remember correctly, I think a big part of that was, yes, we recognize the need to invest in homelessness funding. And at the same time, Measure K had just passed, but was caught up in a lawsuit. And we didn't know how long it was going to be in a lawsuit for. And so therefore we were saying, hey, why don't we allocate this money there? Because we need to have something there to help these programs. But we've settled that lawsuit now. And so we have $1 million, annually about $1 million going towards affordable housing, $1 million going towards homelessness. And so it makes sense that some of these applications will be considered under that pool of funding, which would then also free up more money for some of the nonprofits who are looking at getting cut. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to have a win-win here, because I just think it would be bad for the county in terms of the relationships that we built with these nonprofits over time, to just cut their funds without giving them any real explanation, and without us being able to say, like, you haven't not performed to our standards, so therefore we're cutting your funding. Because I believe that many of these nonprofits have gone above and beyond what they were trying to accomplish. And without us being able to see that they didn't do what they said they were going to do in the last cycle, I don't think we necessarily should be immediately cutting their funding. I think it's just going to be a bad look for us. It's not going to build good relationships. And so with that, I'm going to turn to Supervisor Koenig.
Mr. Chair, can I actually bring up one other thought? Is that possible? I have a question that may actually help with this.
Zach, let me come back to you. We can get a motion. We can have further comments.
This is actually separate of that. That's why I recognize the timing of this, but I just wanted to, after the pandemic, we extended everybody's contract for one additional year because of the challenges associated with that. I just wanted to ask Director Morris, it sounds like there's interest in the remaining board members, meaning the 3, to reform the system. What would that be a possibility if we just extended from the current June cycle for one additional June to 2026 of existing contracts, and therefore provided that window of opportunity for this broader discussion?
Chair Cummings, I'm just asking, do you want me to respond to that question? This is all your discretion. If you're asking technically, could the County Human Service Department as the director carry over the contracts another year for the reason that's all up to you? That is something we could execute. If you want my opinion about that, I can give that. But to your question, that is actionable if that's what you ultimately decide to do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think that I recognize that now would be a motion. I understand that, but I think that provides an opportunity of time and consideration that it sounds like the 3 remaining board members are seeking. So I just want to pose that as an option.
Appreciate that as well.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to acknowledge that it's good to know that we have that option, Supervisor Friend. My opinion is that right now, I mean, deadlines make things happen, and there is sort of a heat of an intensity, obviously, to trying to get the best process that we have now, which is actually why I think that we should try to improve the process as much as possible before making the awards, rather than saying, oh, geez, this process is broken, but we're going to make the awards and we'll fix it later. There's just not going to be the same level of intensity and focus on the process until we get to this point in it. I mean, I think we saw that over the last few years. I mean, you yourselves remarked you had the opportunity at previous meetings. Well, now we have a better sense of what we're dealing with. So I'm going to move that we continue this item to a time no later than the second board meeting in February, so that board members can receive more information, including access to all submitted applications, so long as those applicants agree and understand that their application may effectively become public, or at a minimum, the data provided in the applications regarding how much or how many people will be served, how well, and will anyone be better off. 2, the results and outcomes for programs that were funded during the previous core cycle. 3, information provided by applicants regarding the minimum amount of funding that would allow them to operate primary services. And 4, some categorization of the applications according to needs hierarchy, basic or physiological needs like food and shelter, healthcare, childcare, education, and environment.
I'll second.
Chair, I'd like to offer a substitute motion. I have a lot of faith in the integrity in the process, and I'd like to ask the board to approve the recommended actions outlined in 1, 3, and 4. And my motion also asks to reduce the recommended awards by 5%, so we have that additional $140,000 for the second motion that would be made to that, as I said, primarily addresses the seniors, the Dientes Diversity Center, and some others. So I would make that motion that we approved 1, 3, and 4 with the 5% reduction to be applied to the set-asides.
I'll second.
All right, we have a substitute motion made by Supervisor McPherson, second by Supervisor Friend. We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote on that item.
Supervisor Koenig?
No.
Friend?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
McPherson?
Aye.
And Cummings?
No. Yes, that passes with Supervisor McPherson, Hernandez, Friend voting in support, and Supervisors Koenig and Cummings voting in opposition. And so I don't know if now we need to take up that motion or if that's concluded that item.
What? Can you repeat your question?
So the substitute motion has now been passes. So do we need to take action on the substitute motion now?
No,
Or that's it?
That's it. That's it as to that issue. That leaves recommended action 2 for your board to deal with one way or the other. That wasn't addressed in the motion.
So that's items 1, 3, and 4, along with the 5% reduction. And
go to the set aside.
To go to the set aside. Okay. And so now we have item number 2, which is still on the agenda, provide direction to the Human Services Department, how to allocate $828,847 of the remaining county core funds set aside for elected officials for emerging needs or priorities not funded through the competitive RFP process.
With the 5%, it's almost 970,000.
Sorry.
976,164.
Any discussion?
Did you want me to make a motion of where those funds, to direct where those funds should go?
I believe that
that's, this is coming in late, but we've heard from the public about what their main concerns are. And I think that if you want me to list, there's a list of 10 that I have suggested and I don't know if you would want me to. This is coming pretty quickly, so I don't know if we'd want to carry that over to the next meeting, or I would just get going now.
I mean, Supervisor McPherson, if you have a list, if it's printed, just please go ahead and we need to finish this item in particular before Supervisor Koenig needs to leave.
Right. Okay. This is the allocations that I'm recommending. Meals on Wheels, $300,000. Gray Bears, $150,000. Second Harvest, $50,000. Senior Network Services, $65,000. Senior Legal Services, $50,000. Cab Rental Assistance, $80,000. Dientes, $100,000. Diversity Center, $50,000. Your Future is Our Business, $25,000. United Way Cradle to Career, $100,000.
I'll second that.
Chair, can I comment? Thank you. So I think you've selected a lot of certainly excellent applications, many that we heard from here today. And I think fundamentally, if I had to choose how to allocate the $970,000 here, it would be very close to this. However, let's just review how these allocations compare even to the allocations that we're currently seeing in this year. The Meals on Wheels funding you proposed a 26% cut. Gray Bears would actually get a 22.5% increase based on last core cycle. Cradle to Career would have an 86% cut. Dientes, a 48% cut. Cab Rental Assistance, a 29% cut. Senior Legal Services, 30% cut. Senior Network Services, 64% cut. Second Harvest, 77% cut. And Diversity Center, 55% cut. Your Future is Our Business was not funded in the last cycle. So while I think this is a good list, it's still, and certainly represent core services, we're still talking about very significant cuts to those services without any of the information that I think we as a board deserve and that the public deserves when making this. And so, I mean, I think, there's still time for a motion to reconsider the previous item or vote. I can't support the motion as is.
I'll just speak for myself. Actually, I'll speak for a lot of people. Again, I'll just say I do appreciate the recommendations. I think that I align with many of them, but I will say there is no childcare called out in this recommendation. There's zero childcare. And we know that that is what struggling families in this community need the most. Also, we heard from the Walnut Avenue Women's Center, we all say how much we support women in our community, and we're talking about women who've been the victims of domestic violence, and that's not being included. And so I appreciate the recommendations, but I can't support and also, I do just want to really highlight to you, the Davenport Resource Center is the only is one of the only locations in North County that provides social services to people on the North Coast. And this is going to have tremendous impacts to them as well. And so, and seeing as how, I mean, I do understand the need that exists in other parts of our county, in particular in South County, but we cannot neglect the fact that there are people experiencing poverty everywhere, and to lose one of the only care providers or nonprofits that provide services to low-income people in the North Coast, I just can't get on board with cutting their funding as well. So, and I also want to just highlight that whatever action the board takes, including the last action, maybe there's an opportunity to revisit it. I don't think we should be committing to 3 years worth of funding. 1 year, maybe one, but we are going to, as we've all been talking about today, we're going to see massive cuts to a lot of these social programs. And there are some programs in here that I agree, again, are really great in concept, but they are not going to be able to meet the needs that we're going to see coming before us as it relates to providing healthcare, childcare, food, and other types of basic needs to members of our community. And so it's another reason why I think we should, we shouldn't be moving forward so quickly. I think that was just brought up, but I'll end my comments there.
I just, if I could, I just think if this addresses what's been mentioned today as our greatest unmet needs, I understand. I think I could put out a list of 3 or 4 more too that I think I would like to add to it, but then it would diminish what's included here. I think with the funding that we have, and it's no different from the whole package that we just discussed. We have so much money, $968,000 to address, in this case, 10 organizations. As I said, there's 100 that made applications to us. So I think everybody appreciates this is not an easy task. This is really not a fun thing to do one way or the other. But I think this is the greatest chance we have to meet the really critical unmet needs, in my estimation.
Supervisor Hernandez.
So I have to say that is a good list. It has most of the recommendations that I have, minus the Davenport Center and the Barrios Unidos one. But I do believe it's a good list. I think out of my 6 and my 2 alternates, you listed all of them except for those 2. But you're right, it would diminish, but I think the Davenport Center is important. You would consider that one somehow. My original recommendation was 80% request to Community Bridges Meals on Wheels for $400,000. That's tier 1, and also tier 1, 65% of the request for the Gray Bears. That's $300,316. And the last of tier 1 is 65% request for Barrios Unidos, which is $108,000. And out of tier 2, it would be 65% of the $900,000, which is $97,000 for the Diversity Center and the Davenport Center for 57% at $70,079. But it's close.
Supervisor Hernandez, I mean, ultimately, if you had a specific recommendation for a modification of the motion with a second, then that would be something that the board could consider. I mean, it's clear that I understand and respect what the chair and Supervisor Koenig are saying. I do think it's kind of unfortunate in a way, because at the end of the day, these programs need this money that we're offering today. And so it's disappointing that anybody would at this point vote no on supplemental funding for them. But I hear you, Supervisor Koenig. It may be a cut from what somebody's received before, but 0 is 100% cut, and that's actually what a no vote would be on a supplemental. And so, to me, it would be interesting. What would be most productive would to see whether there's a way that we could actually arrive as a board, ideally as 5, but if not as 3, on where these numbers could be. I seconded the motion. When I heard the numbers, they sound they sound fine. It's not 100% of the programs that in my personal preference, but also that's okay. And so Supervisor Hernandez in particular, if this is something that you see movement on one of the things, if Davenport is the number, you're going to have to come up with something as asking the chair, or excuse me, asking Supervisor McPherson if it's a friendly amendment to move some of the numbers on one of the things that's being funded or two of the things being funded.
Well,
otherwise we just vote as is.
Supervisor McPherson. I'm sorry, this is, is there, what are the chances, do you know of any money, trees, that we could address through the contract process that might address some of these additional requests, concerns that have been mentioned? I know you don't know that if you had it, you would put it in here, probably. Yeah.
I'm pausing at the moment with you about to retire and your years of experience asking me if I know where money is. But I would say, if this is what you're getting at, we never really know until fiscal years play out if we have unspent funds that under board direction without asking any more general fund to come in, we could apply to something. We did that last round. We had an unbelievable surplus of pandemic money and unspent other money, et cetera. And we applied 3 months of money extension to the last round. That was money that was from a tree. Right. That was a moment. If I had to guess, if I'm hearing your question right, with what's coming with the federal administration, it feels to me, it's an instinct, less likely. But I think that if I'm understanding what your question is, we, of course, would appreciate clarity on the direction so we can execute. But if there's an additional direction to come back when we come back in April with updates on any other grant funding or set, we can report on that. But I just worry that what's in front of us is more likely cuts than some unspent growth money. Am I responding to your question?
You have, and you can't, I can understand under the circumstances, especially what's coming, you can't make any promises. And the likelihood, even though we had a surplus or we had some reserve left over, it's very questionable we're going to have that this year with the report we heard from the CAO earlier. Maybe it'd be, I don't know what kind of a motion we could make to say if we did this, if we have approved this as is, but that if we do have any reserves, they would be addressed to those 3 or 4 subject matters that they address the concerns or the needs of those child care, women's center, Davenport Resource Center. I don't know if there was anything else, but they would be addressed to those 3 priorities. Is that getting too flaky, County Council?
Well, I would just, no, it's not getting too flaky, but somebody, Supervisor Hernandez would need to determine whether or not he believes that fits in with his friendly amendment. Well, and I think the second would need to, further discussion is warranted, is what I'm hearing.
So given the upcoming administration, I think out of all these, I'll probably prioritize Davenport, even though it's not in my district, right?
So, I mean, your thought is to take something away from here. I don't know, what was Davenport asking for?
I'm not sure, but the Davenport Resource Center.
70,000. It's 56% of their, almost 56% of their. You doing math?
Well, no, I'm just, you've got 10 programs, but some have much more, of an allocation. I'm thinking out loud. So you probably, I don't know if anybody wants to hear me think out loud. So, I think we should be able to do this. And I don't know, we've got 10. Do you want to take 5,500 from each of them? Well, that doesn't vary. Well,
60, 65. We're doing math.
I'm just going to put this out there real quick. Part of me is wondering, I mean, Supervisor Koenig needs to catch a flight down to the CSAC meeting. I mean, I need to catch one too soon here. I think that there's been some recommendations suggested by Supervisor McPherson. There's some math that needs to be done, and maybe between now and the next meeting, the numbers can get figured out and there could be some kind of recommendation.
Mr. Chair, if I could we have an additional direction for the chair to discuss with, I don't know who else you might want to, how we might reach a $70,000 goal for Davenport Center in the reduction of those programs that have been proven in the set aside list.
I think I can figure it out.
And actually, let me add one thing. I think we can do it now because the city of Santa Cruz will also be predicating some of their decisions based on what we do. So it'd be helpful if we can just figure a way to reduce the 70,000 to add the 70,000 and vote.
So I would say make cabs rental assistance 32. Tell me if my math's right. And
30.
And then cut 150 from United Way Cradle to Career. That makes
150. It's 100,000 total.
Sorry. 50. 50,000.
You're checking.
So you would, if you're doing, I'm just helping you with the math here. If you reduce cab by 20,000, reduce cradle to career by 50, that would give you your 70,000.
Okay.
Okay, I'd be supportive of that as the seconder to that motion. If the maker of the motion supports it, which is Supervisor McPherson.
That's okay. Now make sure you're reducing Cradle United Way 50,000 and what was the other one?
The cab's other program.
Rental assistance by 6,500.
Yes.
By 20,000, it'd be 20,000. Just doing the math.
Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, that's 70. Okay.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay, I'll accept that.
All right. So a motion by Supervisor McPherson, second by Supervisor Friend, with additional friendly amendment made by Supervisor McPherson to fund cab in the amount of $70,000. And I'll just say that I hope that actually I will just say this in the coming year, I will be bringing an item forward for us to put together a subcommittee and revamp revamp core, because I just cannot agree with this process and the way that it's unfolded and making these decisions without having it. Like, I don't even know how much this is going to impact. We don't know how much this is going to impact these programs and what they're even going to be able to do with this amount of money. But I do understand that we need to take action today. I also would recommend that maybe there's consideration of it being 1 year, if that can get included in the motion, but I'm not going to make the friendly amendment because I'm not prepared to support the motion right now. Sure.
I just want to make a technical comment about contracting in the event this influences your deliberations in the vote. Even when the board approves an RFP cycle of 3 years, the contracts are executed with a clause that the county always reserves the right to change at any point, and every contract technically is brought forward to the board for renewal every year. So I just want to say, at least as I'm hearing there's nothing to prohibit the newly seated board, which will have 2 new members, to revisit the slate of the set aside decision you make today, this slate of recommended awards, or anything else for that matter every year. So I just, the commitment from a contract execution point does not commit you or take away your authority to take a different action depending on the financial situation in the future.
I guess I can understand that, but I also, know that, and I think we all know that, when you're going into a 3-year approval process, I mean, the expectation of these nonprofits is that funding is going to be, they can depend on that for 3 years, and not that we're just going to out of the blue one day say, hey, you know what, actually we decided we're going to cut your funding. We're not going to give you any explanation why, but we're just going to move on to fund this other organization. We'd get guillotined for doing something like that. So, I just want to put that out there, that if we did say 1 year, it just gives them a clear message today, but that might not be the way the board wants to go. So either way, I do also just want to flag that, as the city has said, they're going to want to focus on childcare. and the fact that that's not being included, there's going to be some differences in terms of how this funding gets allocated between the city and the county. So, and I also did hear that they may not be interested in agreeing to do this another cycle. So anyway, with that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote unless.
So I would support some of the structural changes that the chair is talking about and Manu was talking about for April, when that's April that we're going to review the process. I'd like to see if we can look at, I don't know, it's a question maybe for Carlos or County Council, but if we could look at either the state resiliency money or Measure Q for the county to partner up with some of the folks that we have, the 9% we have in environment, to partner up for funding for them. This is in the future, not right now. 3 years from now.
Good.
I was just going to clarify that when we come back in April, we intended to come back with a framework for evaluating the process, not to have done the evaluation. So it will be a good time for you to give us additional feedback on how you think we should examine it.
Okay. I'll turn to the clerk for roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Koenig?
No.
Friend?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
McPherson? And Cummings?
No. So that passes with McPherson, Hernandez, and Friend voting in favor, and Cummings and Koenig voting in opposition. And so I just want to thank all the folks from the community for coming out today for this. It's been a long one, and we've still got more to go. Let's stay on and jump into item number 48 because Supervisor Koenig needs to leave, and we are past time already. So item number 48 ratifies 7 continuing agreements with various vendors in the total amount of $3,025,964 due to impacts to state budget for CalWorks housing-related funding sources or protracted vendor negotiations. And this is the Human Services Department. I pulled this item because I have some serious concerns around the consultant that's being used for CORE. We have received zero information on how that person is actually contributing to CORE and how that money is being spent in terms of them being able to support CORE processes. And so just so the members of the public know, the consultant that we're using is getting about $272,000 a year for their services. And I don't, just based on how this program has been rolling out, and this is the second round, and I don't think we've really been seeing improvements. I really want to understand, like, whether this is a meaningful investment or whether we can take this money and use it to actually fund some of our programs in the community.
So I'd like to frame broadly. We have shared with all 5 board offices the contract from last year and this year, so that information has been provided. If you're narrowly focusing on the Optimal Solutions contract, I won't comment on the others, but the cluster was because of a combination of contractor negotiations that went beyond the period to make it to the CAL list, continuing agreement list, and or some changes in revenue. So we had to square all that up. On the specific Optimal Solutions contract, it's a blend of state and federal CalWorks money, a philanthropic grant from Packard Foundation, and the general fund that feeds into it was part of, once the board approved the contract, part of the application to Packard. So part of the Packard's philanthropic money is based on the general fund. That's just the funding stream. So if you are looking, 2 pockets of monies are not yours, the foundation money and the state money, you can say yes or no to it, but it's not general fund. The general fund was linked to an application to the foundation to say the county is committing this much. So it was sort of a leverage. To the what did the consultant group do? They were the major party that provided technical assistance to applicants to CORE to support trying to level the playing field, particularly for smaller organizations. So those actions have already occurred. And they would be, and they were last time, and they would be, pending your board's decision, involved in supporting administrative activities to sort of gear up for the lessons learned process, which last time, and we don't have to do it this time, involved a heavy volume of community engagement sessions, note-taking, et cetera, which we didn't have the capacity for. So all of this in front of you today is for the current fiscal year, and all of it is up for renew. And I'm not sure if this is part of what you're getting at, would certainly recommend when and if we talk about restructuring the whole thing, if that is part of it. But you, of course, have the discretion to do an independent action today. But I do just want to share, we would have to go back to the foundation and share if any of the general fund was cut, if that puts the foundation contribution at risk, because that was part of our application to the philanthropic funds.
I just wanted to add and somewhat emphasize that the support that the core consultants provide is not just related to the RFP, but also related to like capacity building in community, providing workshops and things called coffee chats among community organizations, government agencies. There's a huge distribution list that goes out and supports people coming together to collaborate, use data effectively, build how to apply for any type of funding, not just the core funding. And they also support some of the effort through, there's data through Santa Cruz Data Share. It's a website that has all kinds of raw data available to the government and also CBOs to utilize as they're preparing grant applications or evaluating programs and community need, et cetera. So it's not just the core RFP that they have supported in some way or another. It's community capacity building among nonprofits and partners.
Supervisor Cummings, I'm going to choose to say this. I have heard completely polarized, unsolicited comments from the community about this. Many who privately say they really appreciate the services, and a handful that do not like what these consultants do. And it's just very split. And I'll leave it at that, because they kind of tend to fall in, those who don't like the core process tend to not like and complain about this group, and the others tend to be more favorable. So I just want to share that is what has unsolicited come to me. But in the end of the day, this is your decision. And I just want to make sure you know how the general fund part of it is commingled with a foundation grant we have.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I just, we just aren't seeing, we're not seeing the outcomes. You can mention they're holding coffee chats and all these different things, but we're not seeing the outcomes. And as this process has shown with all the people who've turned out today, who've been concerned, and all the emails that we're receiving, if we're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars towards a contractor, it's like, well, what are they actually doing? Because here's the thing. You have all these nonprofits out here who are submitting applications, and their work is not being taken into account when they're submitting their applications for consideration. And we have a consultant who we're not seeing any evidence of them being effective, and yet their contract is just being kind of pushed on the consent agenda for us to just make a decision on. I guess if we're going to have nonprofits, not being, their performance not being considered, why are we not considering other contractors if it's proven that, we're not seeing any results? So just bring that up, because it's a concern I had, and I've heard others share that same concern. So Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, I intend to vote against this contract for two fundamental reasons. One, it's $6,000 per meeting per coffee chat. If you back out that $272,938 by the 40 to 50 core institute events, let's call it 45, $6,000 a meeting. I don't care if a sixth of it is general fund money. It's too much for me. Second of all, this is not what I envision with the core process, is an endless amount of meetings. It was feedback that we heard from the community is like, wow, they're just throwing one meeting after another at us. And I see voting against this contract today as an opportunity to reset how we approach core, and ultimately save a little bit of general fund money.
So with that, I'll open up to the public to see if there's any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item. Seeing none in person, are there any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item online?
We have no callers online, Chair.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. I think what I would like to do as
Chair,
yeah.
I'll move that we approve the recommended actions with a no vote. Or what? How many contracts are there?
3, 6, 7.
That we move all of them except for 4, where we register a no vote, which is the Optimal Solutions contract.
So let me try to do this in a way that's clean. I think I hear where you're going. Let's separate the motion. We'll take action on items A, B, C, E, F, and G, and then we'll come back and take action on item number D. So with that, is there a motion to approve all the contracts with the exception of D?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second. So we'll take a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Friend,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
McPherson, and Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously, and then we'll come back, take action on item number D. Supervisor Koenig.
So a yes is a no, or okay, sorry, no. Right, I'm saying this is just approve the contract, yes or no? No. Okay.
Can we ask a technical clarification? I hope you find this very relevant. We are not arguing either way. Your votes have been cast. As happens with all contracts, when we come partway through the fiscal year, services have been provided. If this is agreeable to you, if it's a no vote to not continue it, could you give us a date to terminate it so we can at least pay for the services that have been provided, which is standard practice in this county, and just tell us the date. And I think that, anyhow, because
sure.
Okay.
I move that we terminate the contract as of November 19th, 2024.
I'll second. Okay, so we'll go to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Friend,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
McPherson,
Aye.
and Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, so we'll move on. I know, wait, are you leaving too?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a problem here because we...
I got the CSAC on 2 hours sleep in Los Angeles.
So it sounds like Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Koenig are leaving now. So there are still 3 of you. So the 3 of you could continue to go into closed session and work, or you could end the meeting. It's up to you at this point.
We'll continue on to closed session.
Okay.
Yep.
Recording stopped.